It is the 18th of Midsummer. It's Thursday. And pretty much this means that you guys have been in Valconen for almost 2 months. Given that, as we all know, there are 28 days in each month of the Third World calendar, and we are currently in the second month. So on the last session, our heroes, spearheaded by Brother Lomas, the friar from New Zealand, negotiated a shaky peace between the Frost Dwarves and the mutated tribesmen of the Witch Isle. And although they didn't get them to exactly form an alliance, they got them to at least agree to a non-aggression pact, with the potential for an alliance in the future depending on how things went. With that resolved, our heroes also met another group of adventurers who they talked a little bit with. They had an encounter with a pterodactyl. They helped these adventurers fight off. And then at the end of the session, they decided to return to their home village of New Zealand. So when you wake on the morning, starting off fairly early to set off for New Zealand, the temperature is fairly mild given the climate of Valconen. And in fact, you notice as you sort of step out into the sunlight that instead of the normal snow falling, there's actually a light rain falling due to the slightly warmer temperatures. And you find yourself with the boat that you used to get to Witch Isle, looking out over the now far more peaceful, since you liberated the island of Undead, and glassy expanse of water that forms the lake around the Witch Isle. Like I say, it's still a little bit chilly, but nothing compared to what it has been recently. It's almost temperate. You stood there, there's a very gentle breeze and a gentle rain sort of spattering down onto the grass around you. Your boat is pulled up onto the shore and you're looking out across the waters. What do you want to do?
Have we heard a rumour about the lake itself?
You have heard no rumours about the actual lake. All the rumours seem to concern the island itself.
Okay. Okay, so I think we just want to push off and head back down the river to New Zealand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is your plan, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, is your plan to use your boat to basically follow the river as far as you can down to New Zealand? Okay.
I take it that's the way we got here originally.
Yes.
Yeah, because I wasn't there.
Did we not come overland?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, we put a boat on the shore and we moved it a few times, depending on where we were camping.
Okay, so travelling down the river will get you to there on your first day, since effectively you're going with the flow of the river, so it vastly increases your speed. Whereas before, obviously, you were sort of paddling against the current and trying to head upriver. So now your journey is pretty much going to take you a day and a bit. You don't run any risk of getting lost because you're travelling down a river. How are you going to get lost? You've literally got to just get on the water, wait for the flow of the current to take you. Obviously, there's various points where the river is narrow or curves and snakes slightly through the cold landscape of Valconen. Obviously, you're all at your oars and trying to make sure the boat doesn't go into any rocks and stuff like that. So I'm quickly going to make us a quick encounter check to see what we get. Boom, 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 boom. Got too many of these encounter tables. Okay. Okay, so your journey down the river is fairly uneventful. As you get nearer to your homeland, the small village of New Zealand, as you look across to the east, so to your left, you can see the the dark coniferous expanse of the Wolf Forest. And as you look to the west, your right, you can see the Whale Song Forest, which is extremely dark, but occasionally the coniferous trees are broken by patches of white, where you can see sort of odd bones of like sea creatures, birds and other animals that seem to almost be laid out in the trees like sort of grisly festive decorations. As you're continuing your journey and you're nearly getting back to New Zealand, the wind has picked up slightly, and as the wind whistles through the trees of the Whale Song Forest, a number of the bones, the skulls, etc., that hang in the trees catch the wind and cause an eerie, reedy, piping noise to rise over the forest, giving it its name, the Whale Song Forest. And whilst it's not too much of a bother during the day, as it starts getting a little bit dark, it becomes quite eerie, and you can still hear these fluctuating sort of breathy piping noises. Now, obviously, you guys have effectively already travelled for a day downriver. If you wanted to camp, you would have to sort of go ashore, camp on shore, then get back on the river and head to New Zealand in the morning. Or you can choose to push on during the evening, but obviously that means you won't have slept effectively. It's entirely up to you guys.
I think we should camp and hunt and try and pick up some extra food.
Okay, and obviously remember, like, you guys have already travelled for a day before you get to do this, so you will need to cross off a ration for each of you. Okay, so after a day's travel, like, sort of canoeing down this river effectively, which is quite tiring work because you're having to like dodge rocks and sort of make your way around bends in the river and stuff like that. As darkness starts to fall, you hear Malcolm, who's up near the front of the canoe, says, I think we should head to the banks and camp for the evening.
Oh, look, I got no problem with that.
Is there a preference which side of the river?
Probably on the eastern side.
The Wolf Forest side.
Yeah, I believe the other side they encountered a vicious bear of a strange description.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if I had to take a
I
pick.
would have rather avoid that.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so you don't have any problems reaching the bank. Obviously, you set up a camp as you would do normally. You know, you all take watches, the whole sort of 9 yards. I'll make a quick roll to see if anything happens during the evening. Okay, so your evening passes uneventfully. You're not menaced by any of the animals that lurk within the Wolf Forest. You all bed down for the night, like I say, taking various watches. But in the morning, the sun starts to rise over the horizon. You can feel the wind is perhaps died down just a little bit. The rain has stopped. There's only a very light breeze sort of gently rustling the fronds of the trees of the Wolf Forest. You can see the sun shining over the horizon, glinting off the sort of frozen conifers of the trees of the Wolf Forest. And because you've camped like a little way into the forest, you can hear, as you listen, the sound of the rushing waters of the great river flowing southwards past it and towards the coast where New Zealand was founded. Over to you guys.
I say we pack up and get back on the river as soon as possible. Or did you want to go hunting and foraging, Malcolm? I know you like a bit of hunting.
I think we we only have 2 days worth of food left, so I think we should do a bit of hunting.
We could probably spend a day foraging and then still get to back home, at a sensible time, because it's only a short distance down the river.
The only slight issue if you're travelling on the river is it's very difficult to forage while you're in a canoe.
Oh no, I meant forage for most of the day.
Oh
here,
yeah,
then just do a quick trip down the river.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, you can certainly forage around this area and then hop in the canoe and head back. Like you say, it's going to take you maybe half an hour to get back, given the speed that you've been travelling.
And it's right on the riverside, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And didn't we find desirable mushrooms in this forest before, or herbs?
Much further north.
Yeah, the sort of patch of herbs you originally found was sort of hairish.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe there would be more interesting things in this part of the forest.
Certainly worth a look while we have the day to spare.
Okay, now as you guys know, there's two types of foraging you can do. You can do opportunistic foraging, which is just basically having a quick look, which doesn't really impact your movement. However, if you reduce your movement rate to half, which means you've spent a good deal of your time foraging, obviously that increases your chance of discovering something.
I'm keen to do the slower option because I'm a keen forager. I'm very proficient in the foraging.
Okay, and in fact, normally if you do dedicated foraging, you would have a 4 in 6 chance of finding something. However, that increases to a 5 in 6 chance if there is a friar in the party, which there is.
For everyone?
Yep.
So,
although bear in mind that the sort of foraging role is assumed that like most of your group's involved, so you can't really sort of like have each person make a foraging roll. The sort of role is made for the group as a whole.
Yeah, good. Still good.
But you guys choose who make the rolls, but just having the friar there who can basically go, don't eat that, it's poisonous, or like look out for these mushrooms, increases your chances of finding something. And likewise, if you went hunting, because you've got a hunter in the party, your chance would also be increased. I mean, you guys are pretty much like equipped for the wilderness because you've got a hunter and a friar. So,
and can we do both, John? Can we split in half and hunt and?
Not really. No, you'd have to decide which one you want to do. Because, like I say, the role assumes that like most of your party are getting involved in it.
Okay.
Obviously, with foraging, you can find food or herbs. With hunting, you're most likely to find an animal which you have to fight in a combat, and then that will yield a certain amount of food depending on the size of the animal, basically.
So what's the chances on the hunting?
Okay, with hunting, you have a 1 in 6 chance normally, or a 5 in 6 chance if there is a hunter in the party.
Oh, so it's a similar.
Yeah, but because you've got a friar and a hunter, you've got the same chance of being successful at each. Now, just to like step into like rules talk for a little minute, the way dedicated foraging works is successful foraging will provide wild food sufficient to feed 1d6 human-sized people for a day. For hunting, each hit dice of the animal that is killed yields food to feed 1d3 human-sized creatures. But obviously, it depends on what animal you come across. So if you get lucky and it's a massive animal and you bring it down, you might be like get loads more food than if you were foraging. But if you come across something and it's just like a small like sheep or something like that, then you might get less.
Yeah, depends on how much of the danger you want to.
Yeah, plus as well,
guess.
you have to actually fight it, whereas foraging you don't.
Okay.
You're just like, oh, there's some mushrooms. Yoink.
Okay.
But it's up to you guys which one of those you want to do.
And does the foraging include a chance to find healing herbs and other bits too, or is it all tied up in the food?
Foraging does, yeah. You can either find food or herbs.
Okay. So that's the choice you make at the beginning. We're either looking for herbs or...
No, because it's basically what you find in the area. So you might just find like berries that you can eat, or you might find herbs. It just depends on what you find. So it's fairly random.
Old Leopold is inclined to think that hunting's a little bit energetic after all his exertions. He would prefer to get a few sort of like bushcraft tips from the friar and kind of go on a fungal foray through the forest.
Nice
As
and
long-
pleasingly alliterative as well.
There you go.
As long as your diet can, can deal with the berries and the mushrooms rather than the meat.
Okay, so since it sounds like we're basically having the friar sort of lead you guys in foraging, Friar, would you like to make the roll? It's a d6 roll, 1 to 5. You've succeeded.
I wouldn't like to, but I'm going to. Oof.
Okay, you have succeeded. So let's make a quick roll. Okay, so you all sort of spread out, and like I say, the friar's giving you some tips and telling you what to look out for. And after a while of sort of like wandering around and looking through the forest, and the friar's telling you what sort of things you might expect to find, that sort of thing, Weimar, you come across a small patch of very, very small mushrooms. They're about as tall as a person's little finger, and they have pointy, sort of watery blue caps on them. And it's a fairly substantial patch that you've found.
Sorry, we are going as a group, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'll be sort of like spreading out and looking for stuff and whatever, but
Yeah.
you're just sort of doing it as a group.
Yeah, right. Well, is Brother Lomas somewhere?
Oh yeah,
Reachable?
you're all sort of roughly, you're all within
Yeah.
like earshot of each other.
Yeah. So I'll yell out. I was like, brother, finger-sized mushrooms, blue top, a lot of them. Do we want these?
I'll make a quick check in my ladybird book for my mushroom.
Okay. You think that the mushrooms that Weimar has discovered are what are known as Tomameri mushrooms. If you consume a dose of these mushrooms, they induce a sort of hallucinatory state where your sort of perception of time is altered. However, you've also heard rumours, and you don't know how accurate this is because you've not really eaten these before, but you've heard rumours that like consuming these mushrooms, as well as having this strange effect on your senses, also gives you the ability to like perceive things that would normally be imperceptible to people's senses.
Yes. Somewhat untested are these mushrooms. I'm sure we could maybe take them back and inquire further in New Zealand and see if anyone else may be able to give us a little bit more information, or anyone that's actually tried them out, tested them. But certainly worth taking.
And as you sort of wander over, Brother Lomas, you can see that effectively there's like, for a normal person, there'd be like sort of maybe enough to have like 4 sort of doses of these like mushrooms. Obviously, it's
So
up to,
I'll be just pulling them all out.
Okay.
Gather the entire patch.
no problems. Let me add 4 doses of these mushrooms to Weimar's character sheet.
You
So
might
I'm
want
really
to
surprised
wash
by
your
the way
hands.
that we have hallucinatory mushrooms in John's OSR game. That's never
Yeah, I
happened
mean,
before.
It's
Yeah, it's Tom's press.
unprecedented.
It's got to be done, man. It's standard. You can't have an OSR game without having some like weird mushrooms in it, man. I don't make the rules.
Indeed.
Okay, there you
There's
go.
something
What did
OSR
they-
stuff is known for. It's the fact that the GM doesn't make the rules.
It's dumb shrooms. That's what it's known for.
I'm sure. Did they have a nickname or anything there? Did we have a name?
They're called Tom and Mary mushrooms.
Oh, Tom and Mary, yeah.
Also known as Blue Cap now.
Blue Cap.
And I've added 4 doses of that to your character sheet. One more.
The old Blue Cap finger mushroom.
Indeed. So, after that, you guys presumably get back in your boat and resume your journey, I would assume.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, lovely.
No sign of that old Cyclops on our travels.
No, I'm afraid not.
No. Did we tell Brother Lomas? Probably didn't tell him, but in the Wolf Forest there is a valley off to the kind of the
Oh, on the map.
eastern
Yeah,
eastern
Cyclops
area.
Valley.
Oh, you see, you can see it, can you? Yeah, if you
Put the notes on.
if you switch the notes on, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a-
magical glade as well, just close to where we stopped. Not sure.
Yeah, that was super sketchy.
That was the glade, just to refresh your memory, Leopold, where you met the old boy who was like, "Oh, everything's great in this glade. I had an accident.
Oh,
I stay here." And then when he stepped outside it, he was like, and all like his wounds came back.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, and he was like, "Oh, come and stay in the glade for a bit." And you guys were like, "Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mind if I don't, mate." Okay. So, after half an hour, you guys reach New Zealand. You're heading down the river. You can see the wooden bridge that the people of New Zealand have built over the river. You can see the 2 sort of wooden jetties with a couple of people like fishing sort of sat on them. There's the smattering of wooden buildings, and obviously there is the large sort of wooden palisade that you oversaw being built.
Things are looking up.
Okay.
As you're sort of approaching the village, a couple of the villagers who are sat sort of fishing off the jetties. There's a couple of like wooden boats sort of pulled up to it. A couple of them sort of like wave at you as they recognise you as they see you sort of like poling down the river. And you can, as you get nearer, over the sort of rushing and the babbling sound of the water, you start to hear the sort of murmurings of conversation and the sounds of like village life filtering back in.
We've been away for a fair while, haven't we? You know, a few weeks sort of thing.
Yeah, a decent amount of time, yeah.
You need to check in with your contact who was doing your hiring, didn't you?
Yeah, need to see if he's back.
Yeah, find out whether our message got through, I guess.
And also whether he found a magic user to help us uncover the truths of.
Is that going to be our first port of call?
I think we should see if he's here and if he found someone and what we might be able to put him to work on. But I still think we want to do the runes and stick to the original plan.
Okay, so you're just going to like bowl into the village and find out what's going on. Am I correct?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we own the place.
Yeah, because you pretty much do, to be fair. Okay, so as you guys are walking up, obviously you have to sort of like, there's the palisades and the wooden docks. As you walk up, you're approached by 2 men who you don't recognise, wearing travellers' cloaks and sort of leather armour. You can see they've got weapons sort of scabbarded at their belt. They look to be like, they're not really scabbarded, but they're in like loops. They're sort of hand axes. They're holding wooden shields. One of them sort of walks up towards you, and he's like, "What's your business?"
We live here, good sir.
He's like, "What's your name, stranger?"
Malcolm Harp.
At which
Mr.
point,
Shield.
At which point his eyebrows raise a little bit as she says that, and he's like, "Oh, sorry about that." But he says, turns to the guy and he's like, "That's one of the names, wasn't it?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's one of the names." And he's like, "Oh yeah, sorry about that. Come on in. We're told to keep an eye on the perimeter and keep a guard out by Mr. Nickel. But he gave us your name and said that you'd be coming back at some point and you should be let straight in." So,
Okay. Well, where is Captain Nickel?
he says, "Oh, he's just over there at the Smiths." He said he's talking to that strange fella that he brought back with us, the little blue guy.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'll go and see him. Keep up the good work, and I'll toss them a silver coin each.
They catch him and he's like, "Oh, thank you very much, sir." And as you're sort of heading in, sort of through the gate in the palisade, they obviously let you in. You can see that sort of spaced sort of around the palisade, you can count at least like half a dozen of these sort of like these human footmen, effectively, like leather armor, axes, shields. As you head through and you make your way towards the smithy, you can obviously hear the sound of like a hammer ringing on an anvil, and you can see Cotton Nickel stood outside the blacksmith. He appears to be talking to a very small, sort of slightly hunched looking figure with a dark bluish skin, who's wearing like a leather jacket and a sort of wide brimmed hat on his head.
Okay. Is he like halfling small, like the
Halfling small.
previous guy? Is he the same colour tone as the last guy we met?
He looks similar, but his skin tone's like a little bit darker.
Okay. And was the guy we met kind of furry, or was he kind of skin?
He had white hair and a beard, and like all the hair on him was white.
Okay. But was it like a lot of hair like a bear, or was it just like quite a hairy person?
It's just like quite a hairy person, yeah.
Okay. And this guy is kind of similar in terms of the hairiness?
He doesn't appear to be like hairy, but his skin, like he's got no beard or anything like that, and you can't see any hair coming out from under the wide brimmed hat. But like I say, he's got like a similar sort of bluish sort of skin tone to the person you met previously.
Okay. Cool. So do we have a house here? I guess we have a building just for us?
Yes, you would do, yeah.
Okay. So I think we'll just call Cotton and kind of get his attention and then head there so we can have a private conversation with him and our new friend.
He sees you and he sort of holds a hand up, and then he nudges the small fellow standing next to him, and they both walk over in your direction. And he says, my friends, I'm pleased to see you've returned unharmed. I only got back a day or so ago myself. Quite a long journey up to the fort.
Yes, indeed, but a successful endeavour, it would seem.
Indeed, I saw your Mr. Buchanan to a boat, and he obviously set sail to Rohaleen. He sort of looks a little bit apologetically towards Leopold when he says this. He's like, "I'm afraid I did try and see if there were any of the Kalner, your kind, there that I could hire, but I wasn't able to find any. But I got these 6 likely-looking fellows, obviously with the money that you've given me to act as guards, and I've set them to keep an eye on the perimeter and the palisades."
Yeah, that is somewhat disappointing, but I feel...
Yes, I'm sorry. I did stay a little bit longer than I'd originally planned and to give it a thorough look, but I just couldn't find any.
Can't be helped. If we were common, that would diminish our value, I guess.
He's saying he wanted dwarves. Is the thing.
These fellows you found seem stout and they challenged us upon our entry, and they seem to be solid fellows. So well done. Well done. Not bad for a human.
Thank you. I think yes. Well, as I say, I set them to guarding the palisade, and I gave each of them a list of your names, so that, and I said, cause obviously I knew you'd be returning at some point, I said, well, if they give these names, then you're to let them straight through. obviously they recognise you and they've seen you before, that won't be necessary. But it sufficed in the meantime, just in case for whatever reason I wasn't here when you returned.
No, it was a very well thought out plan, and it worked.
Splendid. And please allow me to introduce this, and he gestures at the small blue-skinned individual. This is Quilak. He's one of the Ice Walkers. Apparently he hails from the Savage Bison tribe. He's something of a scholar of Valkonen myths and legends. Now, I should tell you that unfortunately I didn't have enough money to hire him, but I was able to persuade him that if he were to accompany me here, you may be interested in taking on his services. But he said he can only stay a day or two, or if should you not decide to retain his services, he'll be on his way. But obviously I didn't know exactly when you'd be returning, so
very well done. Does he speak the common tongue?
yes, he speaks a little of the common tongue, although his accent is passing strange.
Uh-huh. So I'll turn to Quilak and it's a pleasure to meet you. We're very keen to get your insight into this strange land for us. And we're willing to pay you handsomely for your experience and knowledge, and how much would you be looking for?
He says, I would ask a mere 2,000 coins a month.
Do we lose? Oh, here we go.
There we go. I'm back again.
I think it cut out. So, I think he said 2,000.
2,000 coins a month.
That's where it cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like to think you all momentarily passed out for the price he was asking.
Yeah, that too.
I'm going to take a swig at that strong dwarf ale at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, as you look across the Leopold, you basically see he's like 2,000 gold pieces a month. Like Brother Lomas is like.
Okay, so that is very
I'm
expensive.
Pass me that flask there, brother.
I'll pass it over.
I'm suddenly in need of refreshment. I feel that my hearing is failing me. Does this do well for the hearing?
He says, well, it may seem expensive to you, but you will not find a sage offering cheaper rates in Valkonen. I am only offering such a meager price, since I find myself currently without residence. If I were already established somewhere, I assure you the price would be much higher.
Is there something else that we could pay with that wasn't coin?
What do you have?
That's not coin, or how much coin do we have?
No, well, if you wish to offer me something other than coin, I must understand what you have to offer.
Ah, indeed. Sorry. So, a home, food, lodgings, a share in any treasure that we return, and I don't. We are a hardy bunch of likely lads, and you know, if there was some favour that we might bestow upon you, such a thing would not be beyond us.
Oh, interesting. At this point, can you please roll me 2d6 and add your charisma modifier? And let me know what you get.
6.
Okay, 6, he says. Well, I suppose I could knock it down to 1,500 a month in the interest of being charitable.
Say, friend, where do you keep
Yes.
this fabulous wealth that you accrue from your work?
He says, forgive me, sir, I don't even know you. I'm not telling you where I keep my accumulated wealth.
No, I was merely thinking you do not appear to be carrying around bags of silver.
Why, we had to beat our way past the crowds of people that were looking to hire this man. Don't upset him.
He says, well, you may scoff, but there are no shortage of people seeking my services at Fort Kersey. It was only,
no doubt.
It was only the honeyed words of your man here, and he gestures at Cotton Nickel, that persuaded me travelling all this way on horseback, and very uncomfortable it was as well, might be worth my time. As for what I use my money for, research, obviously.
So tell me what our money would buy.
Well, I'll tell you what. As a show of good faith, ask me something. My services are greatly in demand as a purveyor of knowledge about this land where I grew up. My knowledge was most valued at Fort Kersey because obviously the lords and the people there are obviously interested in what they can find out about Valconan, and I have lived here all my life with my tribe.
And how far back does your history go?
My personal history, or the history of my
The
tribe?
history that you were selling, effectively. The knowledge that you have.
I have plumbed the depths of the most ancient of mysteries and delved into the bygone eras of Valconan. Now, if you're asking for something more esoteric or more difficult, it may take me a while to do the research and to provide you with an answer. And obviously there is always a risk of slight errors and such. The further back one goes, written records few and far between. But I can find out most things, obviously within my abilities, but I don't mean to brag when I say that I have been studying the ancient mysteries and histories of Valconan almost all my life. Go on, test me. Ask me something.
I don't see that we're in any position to ask you, sir. You could tell us anything and we wouldn't know whether it was right or wrong.
Well, in which case, ask me something that you know the answer to. And then you'll be able to check the accuracy of my research.
That's a fair comment. I mean, this is all well and good. My main concern is if we can provide you with 1,500 in coin, my business head suggests that I would be looking to make perhaps 3,000 coin on said information. In which case, I would happily. I shouldn't really speak for my companions, but I think it's fair to say that we would be happy to make 1,500 and over the course of a month and supply you with a half share for your valuable information. I'm not a man of law and questions. I'm a man of practical gold coins. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, and as this conversation's going on, we're just going to like dip out and sort of like go into the rules for a little bit, just so you guys know how this works. The way sages work in Old School Essentials, you can consult a sage to ask them an unusual question. The referee decides the time and the cost required to research the answer, although the cost is what you're paying them. The GM comes up with like a percentage chance of success. It's never 100%. After the period of time has passed, you make that percentile roll. If it's successful, you get an answer to your question.
Was there something specifically we were looking to get answered at this point? Or was it just
I think
putting
really
feelers out?
what we really wanted was to be looking at what we could find out about the smoking mirror hiding under the, while we were building up our strength and coming to terms, hiring guards and building up the defenses and doing the trading and getting everything up and running and finding the treasure, so that research would be going on in the background. And over the course of a few months, you might find out something, or it might send us in looking for more information very specific to the smoking mirror, or some kind of guidance in that direction. I think is what that was the thought process when I
Well,
sent
should we
Cotton
not
before.
ask him then?
Well,
Tell us everything you know about this smoking mirror. Is that not a place to start? To test him? And to maybe give us some insight?
yeah, why not? I mean, he's clearly a handy guy. It's just whether have we got enough questions? If everybody thinks we've got enough questions to ask him, and we can get enough funds to sustain him.
I mean, a quick question for John. What would you say was an average sort of time frame for a question? Is it like a week, or how many questions would you get in a month?
It would depend on the difficulty of the question and how sort of rare it was. If you're looking at truly sort of like ancient lore, I would probably go with something like, I don't know, like D20 days. Then if it was if it was like a medium difficulty one, maybe D12 days, and then like maybe D6 if it's an easy sort of thing.
So maybe sort of 1 to 3 questions a month, possibly. Yeah. But it sounds like the problem would be if we don't take him up on any offer, we may never see him again.
Yeah, we may never see him again,
That's what I'm thinking.
And we could easily get stuck in a rut of not finding stuff out. If we've got him on the, I wonder if we could get him on the books to speculatively inquire about stuff. Like, could we give him a looser brief, like what can you tell us about, research the people of the glacier to the east, and then after a month tell us what you know, kind of thing. I wonder if we could do something like that.
Or even because we are short on coin, we could just say, well, look, the first 3 questions are find us the 3 locations where we're most likely to find historical treasure, and build up our reserves. And then once we have our decent reserves and we can pay them for like 3 months in a row, we can then start using the time to actually have them research the things that we actually want them to research.
Have we got the funds for like a trial month?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Trial month.
Well, it's
Yeah, 7-day free trial, yeah.
Well, it is really, isn't it? Because after a month, if it ain't worked out, you'd go, all right.
Yeah.
Well, if it ain't working out, we'll be skint and he'll be out of a job. So we need to stress to him that, don't we? That his continuing his continuing employment is directly related to our financial
well-being,
acquisitions. Yeah,
our success, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do
performance-related. We get him on a commission. He can get a bonus for I don't know, something or other.
Oh boy. This is delving into some real shit here.
Oh dear.
Well, it sounds like he could just travel off to one of these forts or something if after a month it don't work out.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're...
Obviously,
Yeah.
seeing that you guys are discussing this, Queelexo says, "Well, since you not asked me for anything for your sample of my knowledge, let me throw you out this as maybe a bit of a tantalising hint. A few days before I departed the fort to travel here, a grizzled prospector who'd gone into the Grey Heights mountains a few weeks before returned to the fort, and along with tales of savage man-apes and primitive tribes that dwelt there, he also brought back some nuggets of what is believed to be unrefined mithril.
Now you're talking, bro.
Now, I'm sure you're all aware mithril is an extremely rare metal that has curious properties. Now, this has sparked quite the furore amongst people at the fort. Obviously, the lords that rule the fort, they're seeking to consolidate their power base, and obviously an influx of wealth could help a great deal with that. And well, without meaning to blow my own horn, it just so happens that I was able to speak to the man in question and find out the area that he'd been in when he found those nuggets. Yeah, what do you think of
Well,
that?
I'm convinced. Sign him up. Mithril, you say? Sign him up. We can't have this mithril falling into the hands of people that can't appreciate it.
When you say people who can't appreciate, you mean people who aren't you?
Correct.
Nice.
Okay, so let's sign him up for a month. Let's get the information he has about these nuggets, and then let's set him working on 2 more tasks to find other treasures.
Yeah, while we're travelling. He can
While we're
research.
traveling, yeah. And then when we can come back, hopefully we'll have the nugget treasure and enough to pay him for a second month, and then we can use that month to find out more about the immortals and
Okay. So
Smoking mirror.
cross off that 1,500 GP off your carrot sheet.
okay, done. We have 1,000 left, guys, basically.
Is
Okay.
it all up front, this payment, is it?
Yep. Okay, so he heads over to back to where the blacksmiths are, and he pulls out like a large sort of like, travelling backpack that he's obviously brought with him, and he goes like rooting through it. There's like parchments and books and stuff like that in it. And as he's sort of off doing that, Cotton Nickel is like he sort of stands next to you, Malcolm, and he's like, yes, there's another 2 bags like that still on my horse. He insisted on bringing all of it with him.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll be a worthwhile investment. And tell me now, is it Fort Kersey you were in originally, Cotton?
He says,
Or
he says, yes, it was Fort Kersey I originally served at.
okay. I guess this is probably a mechanics question before we go down here. Is it possible to hire spies?
Not as far as you're aware at the moment.
Okay.
What are you thinking there, Malcolm?
I guess I'm kind of thinking there's 2 lords and there's us, and there's there's only space for one kind of kingdom. So I kind of think we want more information about the lords to make sure that we're the one kingdom that's.
I think what Malcolm's trying to say is this continent ain't big enough for the both of us.
Yeah, I'm imagining we are we gonna like so we're going to tackle this. So next up, we're going to go into the Whale Song Forest and see what the crack is there, and then we could mosey on up towards the Grey Heights.
The original plan after you went to the Whalesong Forest was to try and find the settlement that the other adventurers had come from, which is supposed to be around here somewhere.
Oh yeah, that coastal place. Yeah, that's fine. So we could so we could head out west through the Whalesong Forest, find this other settlement, and maybe try and talk them round to our cause, find out what's on their agenda. Then maybe head up to the Grey Heights, explore this lead that we're going to get from our little blue friend. Then maybe do we want to kind of go and check out one of these forts and see actually what's going on?
I kind of wonder, just looking at the map, did we find the village, do both forts, find out what's going on at both forts, and then swing back into the Grey Heights?
All right.
Back down in like a big circle.
Do like a circuit, yeah.
Yeah. Because
what does everybody think? What do you think about that, Weimar?
No, it sounds reasonable.
It's probably 28 days of travel and adventuring and whatever else. So we'd be back before the bad weather came.
And Lomas, you up for that?
Well, it's certainly, yeah. It sounds good. It would certainly be interesting to know a little more of what's west on the coast, if there's anything else west of that, or if the large water carries on round.
Yeah, I think so. We've not really forayed out much to the west. We've been going north. We've not done the west much. So,
but just as we were travelling to the fort,
Yeah.
we could at least see what's in that direction.
yeah, so swing out through the Whalesong Forest, find this little settlement, head up to these forts, and then swing back via the Grey Heights.
As you're having this discussion, Quelac comes walking back over, and he's holding a piece of parchment in his hand that's tied with twine. He takes the twine off it and rolls it out, and you can see a fairly well-drawn map of the local area, showing all the major geographical features. You can see the Grey Heights mountains on it. He points them out to you, and he says, "Yes, now, when I spoke to this fellow who'd been doing the mining, he said he'd found the nuggets in this area," and he draws a shape on the map, which I've just revealed.
Must have been Dyson Logos who done that then, if he's a mapper.
It's a fairly big area that he's detailed there.
Indeed.
Oh right. Oh yeah.
What's the cost of mithril per pound?
Oh, now you're asking. Let me just check in my
A
notes.
bunch.
Yeah.
Bunch.
Loads.
It's going to be very hard to find nuggets of mithril in such a big area, surely.
Okay, so to give you an example, obviously normally an item would be like made of mithril, and the fact it's made of mithril adds on to the cost. So if you were to buy a single-handed weapon, it would be worth whatever the normal weapon costs plus an additional 300 gold pieces.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it feels like we're going to need pack horses or ponies or mules or something to get enough of it down.
With regards to the curious properties of mithril that Quelac can tell you a little bit about, he tells you that the main thing about mithril is that it weighs half as much as normal metal, and weapons crafted from it bite harder and cut cleaner, and armour is more resilient and tougher, although I'm not sure you do terribly well with metal armour in the Valconan winter.
Right.
But
And tell me, does it have the same magnetic properties?
yes. as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
He says,
So-
now I remember back in the old days, they used to call mithril true metal, and as he says that, you know, Leopold, that's what your people call it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly right.
And you would know, because obviously mithril's quite valued by the dwarves. You would know that in its unrefined state, it's like a silvery black sort of metal ore. But when you like forge it and you temper it, it becomes like this shining sort of like bluish silver colour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is quite a revelation. I feel this is significant to my people, and if we were to be able to secure this, we would have a lucrative export option for our portfolio.
But am I right in saying? Am I right in saying these hexes are 6 miles? Is that right? I mean, that's like if I'm seeing this right, that's like 150-mile area he's sort of drawn there.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to be pretty lucky to find.
It's not a
It's
matter
all
of
right.
luck.
We have Leo. Leo is a miner
I'm
and a prospector.
I'm a mining engineer, sir. MSc.
Can I have a look at his map and see if it's a little bit more accurate in his positioning?
Okay, you have a look at his map, and it looks fairly accurate, but like the shape he's drawn is the shape he's drawn on it.
Yeah. And as
Definitely
you
worth a pass. It's definitely worth a look to see if we can
It says,
find something.
now I do wish I'd have been able to get a slightly more precise location of the fellow, but by the time I'd bumped into him, of course he'd sold all the mithril that he'd got, the little nuggets, and well, of course, what do you think he did with the profits?
The mind boggles.
with this map though, can you shed any more light on our current map, as into areas of interest or
He says,
coastline or anything?
He says, well, yes, I'm sure I probably could. What is it you're looking to find out?
I was curious how far the coastline, where the coastline went to the west, for instance.
Okay. Just have a look.
How far we can travel by boat to speed up our progress if we were heading to the forts, for instance.
Okay, he says,
I'm rather concerned by this, Brother Lomas. You seem concerned about the beaches and collecting pebbles and shells on the shore, when what we're talking about here is mithril, sir. This is mithril in the mountains.
I'm interested in not wearing the leather off the soles of my shoes.
you need not worry about the leather on the soles of your shoes. If we find this mithril, you have shoes and leather aplenty. Beyond your wildest imagination.
okay, so he is able to reveal some more areas of the map. So,
Nice.
so here, and here.
Okay.
And would his map have a rough location for this Dearson settlement that we were looking to investigate?
He doesn't have Dear Son on his map now.
Oh, okay.
But we're fairly
It's
confident
around
it's south of the
1060.
forts. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You think it's somewhere sort of around like this area somewhere.
So does this news, Leopold, does this change our priorities somewhat in your eyes?
It changes my priorities. This is what I came here for. This is why I travelled across the seas, for such an opportunity to make my name a prospector that, well, generations to come will speak about. Leopold, finder of the mithril. This is what legends are made of.
So would you have us travel north up the river and into the mountains?
Well, I mean, we don't need to be hasty. You know, I've said I'd travel with you to the west and investigate the whale song forest, and then we've got these potential Ibidiois and ne'er-do-wells in these forts with their jumped-up ideas of grabbing all this mithril for themselves. That needs to be seen to, and then, of course, then we liberate the mithril from the hills and head on south down the river in a round-robin fashion, as suggested by our fine companion Malcolm here.
Ah,
I've got
it's
no problem with that.
Yeah, you just seem to be getting overly excited.
Oh, not overly. If you'd seen Mithril, you would be excited too, but I suspect you have not enjoyed that privilege.
Finances are not so as important to myself, but I
It's
understand.
not about finances. This is all about reputation.
I understand New Seal Land needs to grow and prosper.
And we need information on the smoking mirror. Okay, so then we're agreed as a plan. So I think we just need to purchase some rations, maybe a pack pony or two, suitable for mountain trekking, to help us carry enough of the mithril back. Because I'm sure in its purest form, it's extraordinarily heavy. And I too am concerned about the soles of my feet, especially for carrying multiple pounds of mithril ore. So, do we need anything else?
This boat we have, is it a river boat or is it more?
Yeah, it's a river
kind
boat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more handmade canoe.
So it's not gonna travel down the coast then.
No, we kind of needed to acquire
Just up and
that
down the
boat
river.
last week. Yeah.
If the weather was good and you stayed sort of fairly close to the coast, you'd probably be all right. But much beyond that, no, it's not really built for it.
Now, here's a question, John. How much would it cost to build a boat that would last?
I was going to say that, yeah.
Let me just consult the vehicles section.
Well, we did talk about trying to set up some sort of wood
Yeah, that's what I was taught. Yeah,
logging business,
logging
type,
operation to
that could then lead to
boat
making
building.
more. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if we're going to be trading between here and Deersong to try and grow the village. And
Yeah, we want some of them like this in our world, something comparable to the like the Scandinavian. I don't know, the not the Viking warship, but the
Well, I can tell you how much. I can tell you how much a longship costs.
yeah, it's like a shorter and wider version of a longship that the Danes and that use for trading.
Okay. Well, and I'm just looking at the list of seaworthy vessels here because there's two types of vessels in OSC. There's unseaworthy vessels, so like riverboats, effectively, which is like what your boat is, and there's seaworthy vessels which can do more long haul stuff in. A long ship, which has a carrying capacity of 40,000 coins, would cost you 15k.
okay.
And is that basically the smallest sort of ocean-worthy or sea-worthy?
It's not the smallest one. There is a small warship, or there is a small troop transport vessel, which basically is a normal sailing ship, but it's been like designed to like carry on more people. A small troop transport and a small warship cost 6,600.
Okay.
That's slightly better price then, definitely.
And again, the warships are pretty similar dimensions to a normal sailing boat, but again, they've been sort of specially designed to carry like mercenaries and like war gear. They're not really built to like fight themselves. They're built to just like fill with men who can.
Okay.
And both of those have a capacity of 100,000 coins.
Okay. Okay. So that's just something to put on the shopping list, I guess, when we start getting our logging business working. Okay.
Well, this Dearson village or settlement is probably going to be well, they seem to be further away from the trees, so I think we would certainly be better suited to be supplying them with them sort of resources. So
Indeed.
I think it's definitely something to
And if you're interested
potentially
in,
set up or set in motion.
if you're interested in buying a beast of burden, the cheapest of those you can buy is a mule for 30 gold pieces, and that has a, if you want it to like move at it like a good speed, it can carry a maximum load of 2,000 coins. Its absolute maximum is 4,000 coins, but like that's going to halve its movement
Okay.
because it's going to be like weighed down AF.
Okay. And how much is a pony?
Okay, so I don't really have stats for a pony, but if you want to go for like a draft horse, that would cost you 40 gold pieces.
Okay. Can we skin a mule mechanically as a pony? Because I don't really want a mule.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just use the
I
mule.
already have Leo. I don't need a second mule.
Yeah, we'll just use the mule stats and say it's a pony, that's fine.
Alright, cool. So we'll have two of them if they're available.
Yeah, so that'll cost you 60 gold pieces. They travel at 24 miles a day, so the same speed as yourselves, but also they can carry a lot more.
Okay. And then, are we able to buy as much food as we want?
Yep,
Since we now have ponies to carry it.
yep, you most certainly are.
Okay, so I'll buy a month's worth of dry rations and then we just won't have to worry about it going forward.
Yep.
If I can just remember how much that costs. Okay, and then I think we're ready to start now. Oh, I also want to pick up I got my Judge Tabard
Yeah,
And,
that's all sorted and nice and pristine for you.
bracelets, so I proper look like a knight of.
The judge. Okay. So yeah, you pick up your sort of tabard and your braces, etc. You buy a couple of ponies. You bought a load of food as well. You set off to the west. As you're leaving, obviously you're led out through the stockade. As you're leaving, Leopold, can you please roll me a d4? Okay, 4. So as you're leaving, Malcolm, you overhear like two of these sort of like mercenaries. They're obviously on like a bit of a break. You can see like they're basically sort of like filling like pipes. They're keeping a lookout, but they're like filling pipes and they're just chatting as they're sort of doing it. And you hear one of them sort of just you catch a snatch of his conversation as you're walking past, and you hear him say, "Wow, it's hardly surprising, is it? I mean, did you really think the 4 fort lords weren't going to try and expand? They weren't going to try and like get a bit more power over here, you know, like being second sons and all." The other one's like, "Yeah, that's true enough, I suppose. I expect their sort of alliance with each other won't last long once of them get a taste of it." The other one says, "No. Still, at least there'll be plenty of work for mercenaries like us, you know, like once that starts kicking off. You know, anyone who can sell their sword won't be wanting of a few coin." "No, you're right there. Dangerous business, but well, that's the business that pays best, isn't it?" And they just carry on chattering.
Sorry, John, did they say 4 fort lords?
Yep.
Or just fort lords?
4 fort lords.
Okay.
Oh, four lords.
So can I kind of just approach them quickly and just say, sorry guys to disturb your conversation.
I wasn't. I don't mean to pry.
I couldn't help but overhear.
The one with the pipe looks around and he's like, "Oh, no." So obviously they know that you guys are paying their wages. So he's like, "Oh, it's no problem, sir. We weren't shirking or anything, sir. We were just having a quick pipe, and then we'll be back to it."
No, sorry, absolutely no problem at all. You work hard, you deserve a break. I couldn't help but overhear you mention that there was 4 fort lords.
Oh, that's right.
And we ourselves have only come across Fort Eastbourne and Fort Kersey. And I'm wondering if you can tell me anything about the other fort lords and whether they're all aligned or whether only some of them are aligned, and what you can tell me about the lords themselves.
He says, "Well," he says, I know their names. I know where the forts are. He says I can't say I've been to Fort Hawk and Fort Eblis myself, but way I is it, sir. When the people were sort of setting out for Valconen, and a lot of these noble houses. Well, you know what the noble houses are like. Forgiving you, sir. If there's something new going on, they want a piece of it, don't they? But wow, if you're some like highfalutin noble and you're all settled back in Rowaleen, and you're not going to want to risk all that. However, as I'm sure you know, in these noble families, well, when the head noble like passes away, like a patriarch or whatever, when he passes away, it's his first son that like gets everything. But most of these families, because obviously they have like a lot of kids, continue the line and all that. Most of them have got like second sons. So, well, for these families, as far as I hear it, they got this idea of like, well, we don't want to risk like our main heir, but like we've got these second sons who like normally wouldn't inherit everything. So they say to these second sons, well, how about we're going to send you on this mission? We're going to send you over to Valconen. You set yourselves up there. You'll get a little bit of power while you're there, and you'll be like representing our family while you're there. So while they might not have had much at home, while they're here, they're like lording it up in their forts, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And tell me, these Fort Hog and Fort Eblis, they are further west?
Oh no, they're further north, sir. Further north.
Are they all north in the same line?
Yeah, they're pretty much in a straight line. Wait, now this may not hold no water, sir, but way I reckons it is what they're going to do is they're going to they've built these forts in like a line, and I reckon once they've got settled and they've got a power base and they're all secure, I reckon they're going to start expanding these forts out into towns, maybe even cities, who knows. And once you've got a city or a town set up, well, then you can start getting more people over from Rowaleen, can't you? And obviously, the more people you've got in the bigger city you've got, the more power you've got, really, if you're in charge of it, the old gaff.
Aye. Indeed. Thank you very much. That was very interesting conversation.
Oh, no worries, sir, no worries.
And I'll try to meet a copper coin, or a silver coin again.
This guy sort of like catches it and he's like, oh, thank you very much, sir. Much obliged.
Anytime. Okay. And I think we should head off then.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so obviously you know roughly where the ruins are in the Whalesong Forest, but you don't know exactly where they are. So you are going to have to make a roll to see whether you get lost or not. So whoever's leading your group, whoever's acting as the wayfinder effectively, which is entirely down to you guys, you need to roll a d6. If you get anything other than let's see, it's a forest, so if you get anything other than a 1 or a 2, you're fine.
Okay. I actually have a
yeah, if you've got a special ability,
skill.
you guys can do that.
I just can't remember what it's called.
I'd say the hunter's probably the best suited.
So I think I basically rolled a d12 and still only fail on a 1, or still fail on whatever.
Yeah, so roll a d12 instead of a d6, and you still only fail on a 1 or a 2.
Okay.
It's called Wayfinder, I think. Looking at it.
Okay, so you have no real troubles in finding your way. I'm just going to quickly.
Actually, you roll it. Is it a d12? Yeah, roll a d12.
Yep.
What is that? An OSC advanced class?
It's one of the
It's the Dolmen Woodhunter.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys won't make the entire distance in a day. So you get to there on the first day. You cross over the river using the bridge at New Sealand. It's a fairly sturdy wooden bridge, big wooden sort of poles next to it, wooden planks. You walk across it onto the other side. As you reach the outskirts of the forest, the outskirts of it look fairly normal. These sort of light, sort of thin trunked coniferous trees that are pretty much ever present in the forests of Valconen. However, as you enter deeper, you start coming across trees where they have like strange bones of sea creatures and other animals that you can't identify, just sort of, but not scattered on the floor as you might expect to find from like animals hunting and the like. Although there are some bones on the floor from like normal hunting, but the upper reaches and the branches of these trees appear to have like these bones almost as though they've been like laid on them like some sort of grisly decorations. And as you move through it, every so often the wind catches some of these bones and creates this eerie sort of wailing, piping sound, this like high-pitched noise that echoes and sounds quite strange as you walk through the forest. I'm not going to make a quick random roll to see if we get any sort of encounters while we're in there. Okay. Right, so on the first night, obviously you've all travelled for a day, so you need to take a ration each. On the first night, I presume you're setting up camp in the forest as per normal.
Yep.
Yep. Look for somewhere that's a little bit sheltered and yeah.
Okay, so Brother Lomas, can you please roll me a D4?
D4. Certainly can. A 3.
Okay. A 3. Okay, so on your watch, Weimar, can you please roll me a D6? Okay, let me roll mine. Okay. So, Weimar, you're sort of... It's a little bit colder now as the days have gone on. And you're sort of like, like you're walking around the sort of area you found the camp, so trying to like keep your hands warm, like, walk off the cold a little bit. And you're surprised when you walk around a tree and you bump into this grotty looking guy with like a straggly beard. He's wearing like a leather hood and sort of a leather jerkin, not armour, but like a leather jerkin. And you literally both appear to have like been walking opposite ways around the same like large tree, and you both sort of pretty much like see each other, and you're like, oh! And he seems just as surprised as you because you both failed your surprise roll. So you both stand there for a few minutes, like not minutes, but a few moments, like looking at each other, like sort of mouth agape, because you weren't expecting to come across anyone here. And then,
so
what do you do?
Is this person dressed for the weather?
He seems to be. He's wearing like sort of travelling gear. He's got, like I say, he's got like a big leather hood and stuff like that. You can see he's got like what looks. Oh, hold on a second. Someone's knocking on my door. Just give me a moment.
It's getting very crowded here around these parts.
If you sign him up, negotiate a better price this time, yeah?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we are just emptying our reserves currently.
Okay, now we can just get to the fort and rob it, right? And then we'll be laughing.
Yeah.
Have you been to this fort?
No.
Yeah, when I think of fort, I just think of something a bit bigger than maybe what you're thinking of. But a bit more sort of sturdy, reinforced garrison.
And they all burn.
Yeah,
put enough oil on them, they all burn.
That's why
sorry
we
about that, guys. Okay, so yeah, the guy's wearing like a leather hood, fairly normal sort of travelling clothes.
Right, well, I suppose I'll just say hi.
He looks a bit sort of like surprised that he's bumped into anyone, and he's like, "What are you doing in the Welsong Forest? Don't you know it's haunted?"
Yeah, which is why I almost reached for the sword there for a bit. When lo and behold, there's an apparition coming my way. I wonder who you are, though.
He's like, oh, I'm just a traveller. He's like, but I've got to admit, I'm surprised to have bumped into someone in the forest.
Why are you raising your voice?
You know, just in case the whistling starts up again, just wanted to make myself heard. You know.
Huh. So where are you going?
He's like, oh, I'm just collecting some wood, and then I'll head back out to the forest. Got a little hut, you know, nothing fancy, but it's mine.
Yeah, in the haunted forest.
He's like, well, on the outskirts, a bit to the northwest.
Yeah, it's just a little bit haunted then.
He's like, oh, it's not so bad on the outskirts. It's only when you get deeper in, it starts getting really weird.
Yeah, the mild curses are my favorite as well. I like to. Just. Why don't we skip to the part where you tell me what's going on here without me having to dredge it out?
He's like, he sort of like looks around a bit, and then he realizes it's basically you and him, and he's like, look, I'll be honest with you. There's me and a few lads. We
you're really bad at this.
He's like, well, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to come across him. And look, there's me and a few lads. We with like the recent like traders going to the forts and that. We live in the forest near to the forts, and well, when we see one of these like traders sort of laden down with coins, well, it doesn't hurt if, you know, a few of them get their loads lightened a little bit as they're going past. He's like, we don't kill anyone mostly. And he's like, to be honest, I was just heading through the forest to like join the lads, and then bumped into you.
Well, as it turns out, I'm here with some lads, and we're sort of in the taxation business, or would like to be ourselves as well.
It's like, oh, he looks a bit suspicious. He's like, all right.
So what I'm thinking is we combine our respective resources and we can tackle a bigger caravan.
He says, wow. He says it sounds all right, but to be honest, I can't really make that. I can't really make that decision myself. I mean, I'm not the man in charge.
Sit down, have a bit of fish, a bit of drink, and we'll talk.
He's like, yeah, I'm fine to do that. But he's like, well, if you want to do anything other than that, he says, well, you need to speak to McCord.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, really.
He says, yeah, she makes all the big decisions.
Right. Okay. Well, we have a similar structure. We're sort of headed by a two-headed beast of a guy called Malcolm, and then there's this different guy called Leopold, and they sort of, you know, they try and navigate this world as best they can.
He says, well, yeah, he says, I'm no stranger to that. He says, like a lot of us he says, well, I was pressed into service on one of the boats coming over here. Didn't really have much choice about it. And well, when we got near to shore, a few of us like slipped off while other things were going on, and we figured, well, whatever was going on ashore had to be better than having to like slog it back on them boats for the return journey. So we just jumped ship and we came ashore here, and we've been making a living as best we can that way ever since.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate the spirit. Yeah, that's why any of us are here, right?
Well, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, we should get the boys and I suppose, well, proceed and find your boss. Well, your figurehead, I guess. I don't know what do you call her, but
He says, yeah, all right then. So the rest of you guys, to cut a long story short, you're woken up by Weimar coming back into the camp, and he has this slightly grotty looking man with like a straggly beard, wearing these like leathers with him. Looks a little bit nervous, a little bit fidgety.
like, all right, put your game faces on. We have a new friend.
New friend?
Oh yeah, in the taxation business of various merchants and traders in the region.
Oh, the old taxation business.
Yeah, we don't need to be crass about it.
Okay.
And
Say no more.
there's a gaggle of our colleagues here out in the woods, and I thought we might, well, have a sit down, talk about how we might work things out.
Well,
I'm
we
out
should
with
definitely know our neighbours and fellow
Yeah.
taxation experts.
A mutually beneficial arrangement.
Yeah. A deal.
Deal.
The man steps forward and he says, Enos Barnett's the name.
Yeah. So this, like I said, Malcolm. There's Leopold there,
What?
and we have Brother Lomas, and that's our.
He
And
sort
that
of
also-
raises an eyebrow when you're like, yeah, we're like taxation experts. And he's like, we have Brother Lomas with us. And he's like,
Yeah, I mean,
Brother
you-
Lomas has got a raised eyebrow as well.
you
Have you not seen Robin Hood?
No,
Robert of the Hood.
indeed.
Yeah, I mean, all of us have a background, right?
And he says, yeah, well, our camp's about day to the northwest of here, give or take. Like
Yeah.
I say, that's where McCord is.
Yeah, that's the boss. I'll
Yeah,
say
yeah, that's
this
right.
to the. Yeah.
Oh. Well, let's So if it's a day to the northwest, it's past the Whalesong Forest, which is where we're going next. So why don't we, stop in the Whalesong or the ruins?
Yeah.
And then we can move on to McCord after that.
That's what I'm thinking. We probably have some chow, right?
If you don't mind, says Enos, I'm quite happy to like meet up after you with like whatever business you've done in like the Whalesong Forest is like dealt with, but I really don't fancy like going into the depths. I was telling you the truth, sir. But he says to you, when I say that like it's supposed to be haunted and like it gets worse the deeper you go in. That's why we stay around the edges.
Right, yeah.
He says, so I'm happy to meet you
What do you
afterwards.
mean
But
by it gets worse exactly there, me old?
he says, well, I've heard like stories about people seeing like strange animals and like weird like twisted creatures coming out of the forest. And like whenever you hear these stories, they always start with like someone like hearing a noise or like seeing a light off like deep in the forest, and then they go in and they get jumped by something horrible. And he says, I don't mean to. Like, I mean, there might just be stories, sir, but I figure like, why risk it?
Yeah, understandable. So what sort of stories? So these horrible things that you speak of, like
He says, well, I heard this story about this fella, and he heard a woman crying in the forest, and he went in, and then this horrible thing with like loads of legs like dropped down out of the trees, like grabbed the man who was with him and just like pulled him back up into the trees, and he never saw him again, and he lit out there pretty quick and never looked back.
that's quite.
And then there's people who said they see like strange lights
Disturbing.
amongst the trees at certain nights of the year, and they hear like strange like noises, like clanky noises, like great chains coming from inside the forest. Like I say, it might just be talk, sir, but wow, I've got to admit, like the whistling noise when you're in the forest is fair sets me on edge. I don't mean to be testing out whether these stories be true or not.
Well, whistling in the trees is one thing, but clanking chains.
Are you partial to blue-headed mushrooms by any chance?
He's like, sorry?
Have you ever partaken in blue-topped little mushrooms?
I can't say I have, to be honest.
Some of your rumors or stories would support the eating of such mushrooms.
He says, well, I don't know how true they are, but like I say, I've just heard them off other people, but I figure, like, I don't need to go in the forest, so, like, why risk it?
Maybe they eat the mushrooms.
Sounds like you're planting ill-founded nasturtiums, Brother Lomas.
He says, but as I say, I'm happy to meet you after you've done your business in the forest, but I don't much fancy, like, going in there myself. So, how's about, if you do want to meet up, how's about I stay here for, like, a day or whatever? You go and do what you want to do, come back, meet me here, and then we can, like, skirt round it and go and see my boss. How's that sound?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Is not the northwest the other? I mean, we're going northwest.
Yeah, couldn't we have the location of this so-called camp and just find it ourselves?
I mean, my legs ain't getting any longer. I don't need to
And my
catch
lever's getting
myself
thinner.
unduly.
He says, well, I don't mean to be like, I don't know whether the boss would like me giving out the location of the camp, but it's about 7 or 8 miles to the southeast of Eastburn, just on the very edge of the forest, where it starts going up into the mountains.
So, what if we were to meet you in the vicinity?
Well,
Do you know the
tell you what he says, even easier. Why don't you just meet me at Fort Eastburn? Everyone knows where that is. I can meet you there, and like I say, it's only like 7 or 8 miles away. Meet you there. We can have a walk through, and that'll give me chat. If I'm meeting you there, that'll give me a chance to go and chat with the boss, make sure it's all right.
Well, we're going
Happy
that
days.
way. We're going that way.
Yeah.
That seems a much more efficient and practical plan to my mind. I don't know what you folks say.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And in what sort of time scale?
Shouldn't
Well-
take us any more than a day to deal with the runes and another day to get to the fort. Maybe an extra day to stop in Deersong, so maybe 3 days hence.
3 days hence sounds good to me.
He says, all right, then I'll take 3 days time. I'll go to Fort Eastburn. I'll hang around for a day, get a few supplies, whatever. If you don't turn up, no harm, no foul. If you do, I'll have plenty of time to check it out with the boss, and if she's fine with it, I can take you to meet her, and you can have your little chat, whatever you want to talk about. He says, looking at Weimar.
Cool.
Right then, if it's all the same with you, I'm gonna head out, and I suppose I'll see you in a few days' time then.
We look forward to it.
Right, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And he heads off, and you guys start. So you have the rest of your night uneventfully. Obviously, you all have to eat a ration. Anyone who's down hit points, you can recover D3 hit points, and we'll pick up with you reaching the area of the ruins the next day. I'm going to suggest we pause here, guys, and we have a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back in with you guys sort of arriving at the ruins. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Cool beans.
Yeah. John,
Yes, mate.
can you do me a quick favour
Yeah.
and just add that bless spell to my character
I
sheet?
most certainly can.
I tried to do it and I made a bit of a hash of it, I think.
Sorry, mate. Just give us a second. Brother Lomas. Spells. Spells. There you go.
And I can just put a 1 in there. That's it. Right. Cool. Thank you.
No problems. Yeah, I've got to admit, I wasn't really expecting to roll like a random encounter bandits and then roll one bandit. And have like both Johannes and the bandits fail their surprise rolls.
Yeah, the definition of bandits seems a bit stretched there.
Yeah. Just that one guy like, oh, hello. Right, we seem to have lost Johannes for a second. Hopefully he'll get back on in a
I was
moment.
just going to say that, yeah.
I know he was having some problems with his internet, being a bit sketchy the other day.
Alright. It's better out in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I just had my like first caffeinated drink of the day, man. It's like fucking ambrosia.
I haven't got that addiction, luckily.
I love my caffeine. I really got into drinking caffeinated drinks when I was working nights. And I was like, I've just got to stay awake because I was working like 8 till like 4 in the morning. Or sometimes 6 till 4 in the morning. And I was just like, oh, I need something to keep me awake. So I was just like drinking coffee constantly.
Yeah, I didn't do nights very long. That didn't do my body very good.
No, it didn't do me any good at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was good for the money because obviously like I was asleep during the day, so I wasn't spending any money, and I was getting extra like unsociable hours pay, so it was great for that. But me and Hannah never got to spend any time together. When like we did have a weekend, because my body wasn't used to it, I'd just be like walking around like a zombie like all day.
It just made me feel ill every time I sort of went from one to the other. Because it used to be like a week on, once every month, I think. I did 1 week a month, and it just hit me really hard going onto it and coming off of it.
See, I was just on permanent nights, although I remember one time when they offered me like a load of extra money to like cover someone's day shift, so I ended up doing a night shift and then a day shift straight afterwards.
Yeah.
And like by the time I got to the end of that day shift, I was just like,
nah.
I had to walk home, and I lived like half an hour away from where I worked. It took me like an hour and a half to get home, just because I was like shambling like my way down the path, like staggering around. I was like, if someone sees me now, they'll think I'm drunk, because I was like doing that, where you're swaggering sideways and you're walking.
Sounds like me driving back from the Games Expo. It takes me about 3 hours because I have to stop in about 3 different service stations to try and wake myself up.
So I've already said to Hannah, like when it starts up again, I'm like, even though I can drive now, I'm like, do you know what, I'm just gonna get the train, because like all I've got to do is just get on the train, and that's it. I can just like sit there and like let the train driver do all the work. And I'm gonna worry about like sorting out my parking or anything for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I like getting on the old train.
I do, man.
Let the train take the strain, man.
I mean, to be honest, although I like lament like the service levels and like the amount it costs, I do enjoy a train journey.
Yeah, I think they're brilliant, especially if you go somewhere where it's nice countryside, because you're just on this narrow rail, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you're right. You get right in amongst the landscape and that, rather than being on a 6 or 8 lanes of traffic and craziness.
I quite like the train. I quite like the train coming back from like the Games Expo as well, because like, when we get the train back, there's always like other gamers like on the train, and you can always like see each other, and you can just like have a bit of a chat to people like why you're like coming back, and what games have been playing and stuff like that, you know. So that's always nice as well.
If you hadn't had enough games, you could even get one of them little table, you know, get in a booth with the table. Like, you know, them chairs facing with the table in the middle, and you could carry on gaming right till you get back to your door.
Also, I like on the way up, because we try and like go on like the earliest train we could possibly get, and obviously you're like knackered in the morning, and it's nice just to be able to like sit down, you know, you can like put your headphones in or whatever, stick a podcast on or whatever, and just like just relax and just like get off at the other end. Whereas I find driving like long distances like really tiring.
That's right. You can tune into the Spike Pit RPG podcast.
Well, I don't know about that, man. He's not put out an episode recently, man. So
other podcasts are available.
That's it, in the interest of balance,
but not promoted.
Red Dice Diaries RPG podcast.
That's it. Okay, so if we're all ready to get back into it, you guys are carrying on through the forest, and eventually you arrive at the ruins. You can see what appears to be the broken remnants of a tower reaching up into the air, moored securely in the floor of the forest. Littered around the base of the tower are various bones, long picked clean of any meat, bleached in the sunlight that filters through the canopy above. You see some bones that look almost human, others which are unmistakably animals, and they lie scattered around the base of the tower. Brother Lomas, as you sort of walk around, you can see some of the human bones bear signs of having met a violent end. Holes in the bones, like marks of like crushing blows, broken and splintered bones, whilst others you look at, both animal and human, seem to have no obvious cause of death.
I shall say a little sort of prayer as I walk past, you know, sort of signalling a cross in the chest.
Okay.
Thinking of those that have come to an unsightly end.
How late in the day is it, John?
It's pretty early in the day. It's only a short distance from where you made camp to these ruins, so it's pretty early in the day.
Okay. And is it like a massive tower, or like a relatively, 6 foot square?
Okay, looking at it, you'd say it's probably, I don't know, you'd probably say it's maybe 40 foot across. Obviously it's circular, but like 40 foot across. You can see it's quite tall, assuming like the floors in it are of the sort of standard height you'd expect to find in a building. There must be at least 4 floors in the tower.
Okay, and is there an obvious way in, or is it like kind of holes in the wall? And
indeed, yeah, as you're looking at it, you can see there is a wooden door, slightly crumbling with age, but otherwise fairly serviceable, in one side of the tower. And in fact, as you look at it, you can see that one of these sort of slightly more complete humanish looking skeletons that's lying on the ground is actually sort of lying on the ground, and like the hand of the skeleton is still sort of like on the sort of the metal ring on the door.
okay.
When you say ruins, with regards to this, how badly in disrepair is it really?
It doesn't look like it's too badly in disrepair, to be honest. There are bits where the stone's sort of crumbling away a bit. You can see cracks in the masonry, probably caused by the expansion of frozen water and stuff like that. And there's obvious bits where like damp sort of like seeped in. But it's not like, like a strong wind's going to blow it down or anything like that.
It's just if we go in, just wondering how much danger of it sort of collapsing. Or
I know, if only you knew someone who had the skills to pay those particular bills. Perhaps someone with a bit of knowledge of like construction tricks or something like that.
Yes. I was just thinking. A skeleton hanging from a door knocker is not something that you see every day.
Well, I'd hope not.
It depends where you live.
Oh, I can barely go a day without bumping into some like undead door knocker.
I say we should proceed with some caution. Is it what would be my if I was to look at the condition of this building on a kind of a 3-point scale, just going for I don't know, like no, not a 3-point scale. No, that's not going to work out. When would I estimate perhaps that it was abandoned in a time scale?
Okay, so you will get this information, but also can you roll me for your detect construction tricks ability to see if you pick up any additional information?
Is that on the sheet?
It is indeed. It's in your abilities. It's the top one.
Oh yeah. A 3.
Okay, so you're just getting the basic information. It looks like it was abandoned like a fairly long time ago. However, as you're sort of moving up, and as you've said, you're sort of like, you're obviously looking at the skeleton because you're like, that's not something you see every day. As you're sort of looking at the skeleton, obviously you're looking at the door that it's holding the metal ring to as well. You can see signs that like from like impressions in the ground and the sort of hinges on the door, that the door has been sort of opened and shut, so used fairly recently. Although the exterior of the tower is very old.
But whoever used it didn't care to move aside the bones.
Perhaps not, or perhaps the unfortunate skeleton arrived afterwards.
Oh, I see.
It could be either.
Or,
Okay.
or that happened on his exit of the building, maybe.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's hanging on to the hand. It seems like he was trying to get in. I feel like he was trying to get in from the description, from what we can see. Yeah, there's been comings and goings, but it seems like quite an old place. And
can I have a look at the ground and see if there are any kind of tracks or anything that might indicate who or what was coming and going?
Oh, that's a very good point. You certainly can. So you start having a look around to see if you can find anything untoward. And what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to make a tracking roll. 35, you have succeeded. So you're looking around, and as you're searching around, you find a set of footprints that appears to lead both like away and from and to the tower, as though someone had left and returned. As you're looking at these footprints, obviously normally when you see like, they're sort of vaguely human shape but like quite big, but you're used to when you see like humanoid footprints, obviously there's like different levels of impressions that like different parts of the feet leave, you know, because you put your weight on different parts of your feet when you're walking, depending on how you walk. When you look at these footprints though, they're like flat.
Okay.
And they're like really big.
Okay.
And they're quite sort of deeply sunk into the soil, the soft sort of soil, as though like whoever left them was like quite heavy.
Okay. And are they? Can we judge the creature's height from the stride?
Yeah, I think since you succeeded in your tracking roll, I think you'd say that. an estimate, give or take. Obviously, you can't tell exactly, but given the depth of the impression of the footprints, you think the person's easily 6 or 7 feet tall,
Okay.
and like obviously like quite sort of heavily built based on the depth.
Okay. And quite flat-footed.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay.
Or perhaps you think perhaps they were wearing some sort of like shoes or something like that. I mean, you've seen, of being where you are now, you've probably seen sort of like the snowshoe type impressions that are left, which are quite flat, but they're just like big sort of almost like rectangular like footprints that are just like flat.
This wouldn't match the descriptions of this Cyclops you talked about previously, would it?
Nah. No, he's bigger than that. No, he'd stop in his valley. He'd stop in his valley. I can't see him coming out here to a tower. He's got a whole flock of sheep, and I think he was quite busy in his valley.
Is there any windows, John? Or
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Windows.
Okay, on the ground floor, you can't see any windows. However, as you look up the tower, you can see there are windows on the what you consider to be must roughly be like the first, second, and third floors.
okay.
As
Are
you,
they glass windows, or do they look like there's just an arch?
they're just like sort of small, sort of like narrow holes in the walls. You can see there's about 5 or 6 of them on what you see to be the first floor, a similar number on the second, and then there's like 4 or 5 on what you think must be like a third or fourth floor.
Okay. And do we think that they're like arrow slits, or like they're full on?
Yeah, they're like those really narrow sort of windows for like people to like shoot through or just sort of like peek through. They're not like windows that you could like climb through.
Okay. So if assuming we've done a quick scan of the walk all the way around, we're basically thinking the only way in is the door. Is that right?
It would seem to be from a sort of the cursory inspection that you guys have done.
Okay.
Let me test this door with my sturdy staff,
Okay.
and I'm going to walk up and try and sort of loop my staff through the ring on the door with this skeleton hand it's holding.
Yep, not a problem. You can easily do that. You sort of just nudge the skeleton aside with your staff and like push it through the metal ring on the door.
And I'll just try and give it a bit of leverage to try and, I don't know if it opens outwards.
You sort of give it a gentle pull. The wooden door swings open with a slight.
Okay. And sort of, poke my head round from a distance.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move all of you guys onto a map of the tower. I've just put all of your tokens in the first room near the door. So I'm assuming that we're going to have some problems with like people being able to see stuff. I'm hoping not, if I remember to set this up correctly. But if anyone can't see anything, if it just goes black, let me know.
Quick question, John. Whilst that's doing what it's doing, did this skeletal unfortunate have any belongings or anything like that that might give us a clue as to their history? Or
as you go over and you poke around the bones that have been nudged aside by Brother Lomas, you can see that there is a badly decayed leather pouch that's obviously like soaked up a lot of the water from like the snow and the ice on the ground, and inside it you find 30 gold pieces.
Chalk it up, Sir Malcolm.
Indeed. That would pay for one of our pumps.
There you go.
Indeed.
Quite a nice little bunce.
So as you guys enter the first room, you can see to the north of you, so sort of here, There is a wooden door, and there is also another wooden door here, which already appears to be open. You can just see through into the chamber beyond, and you see there appears to be like a pile of snow or something similar has gathered in the room, and you can see a fairly unmistakable patch of red, brown, semi-dried, coagulated liquid on the floor.
Yeah, my screen's not doing anything.
haven't gotten in yet either.
Just as I say that. Just as I say
it
that.
took a bit to load
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah, just as I said that, it's come up.
Yeah, just as you said that, I could see like you all like dropping onto the map.
Okay.
I think it's just taking a little time,
That's
but now it's loaded. It should be fine.
And sorry, so there's a door ahead of us, a door to the right, and these stairs are going up, are they?
Yes, they are. So there's a staircase here, like a wooden staircase leading up, obviously around the outside of the tower. There's an open door here, which has this sort of red patch through it, so about here. And then there is another door which appears to be shut here.
Okay. And what does the stairs looking good, Nick?
Sheltered from the elements, the stairs appear to be reasonable. I mean, they've decayed a little bit because they're made of wood, and as Leopold said, the tower's obviously like quite old, so they're a little bit worse for wear, but like not in you'd expect them to like just collapse immediately if you put any weight on them.
Okay.
Not decrepit.
So I kind of think that we should clear it floor by floor rather than going up the stairs. So, because what we don't want to do is get caught at the top with something nasty below us.
Yeah, I'm certainly interested in this. What looks like it could be blood on the
Okay.
floor.
And just one final question on the stairs, John.
Yep.
Based on the weight I think that the creature outside might be, would I be confident that it could have walked up the stairs?
You think probably, yes. You think the stairs are probably in good enough condition.
Okay.
And they look like, I mean, even you, Leopold, looking at them, you're like, yeah, they've obviously been built to last. I mean, they're made of wood and they're still here.
Some good solid oak there.
Okay.
Indeed.
So I think I would like to edge around to here, sticking close to the wall.
Okay. And not to discourage you or anything, but just to let you know, guys, as you're entering this area, at certain points there is a very small chance of a very quick death. So I'm just letting you know that.
That's a bit random.
So basically, don't touch anything, don't walk.
And that
Maybe
is
we
what
should
you
just go and
call.
see deer soft.
That's what you call foreshadowing.
Unfortunately, I can't really give you a lot of details without sort of like ruining it. But you know, like the certain like sort of save or die like scenarios in like early D&D.
Okay.
That there's a small chance if you're not careful that may occur. It's only a very small chance, but
Okay, as long as I don't get sat on the bench for the whole session, I'm all right.
that's it. Well, what I thought I'd do is I thought if anyone died in the tower, I thought perhaps I'd like bring in the bandit guy you met, and he was like, oh mate, oh well, I don't want to look like I'm a coward, like they've gone in, or maybe I'll follow him, maybe I can find something to rob. So whoever like died, we could have them like play the bandit guy for like the rest of the session. Then they could gen up a new character at the end or carry
That's
the
your
bandit
prize
guy.
then. Like whoever catches the 1% death chance.
It's Banditville for you.
Yeah. Bandit Jenkins.
This means if I get killed, I can't fairly podcast about.
Yeah, I thought I'm not having Colin like making like 6 podcast episodes about how he had to sit that off my game.
This is a disclaimer.
That's
If
it.
you go any further and you void any rights to complain.
And that's it.
Awesome. I like your style, man.
Well, I always feel it because
I always read the small print.
I'm not going to say like because I think that save or die things are part of like old school D&D. I'm not going to sort of disallow them, but I don't use them very often, and I think it is only fair to sort of like say to players like, look, that there's a chance this might happen. So just to let you know, there is a plan to like get you back into the game if that happens quickly. But
Okay.
just to let you know, so it's not like just wandering down the road and suddenly like you're dead,
Yes.
because
Okay.
that's just annoying.
Right.
Okay. So what do you guys want to do? Obviously, we're not in combat rounds or anything like that.
Pass the 10-foot pole, brother Lomas.
Well, I was going to put in a vote for Malcolm to search the whole entire tower while we wait.
Or let's contact that said bandit.
Oh, it's clear. We've checked it. Yeah, you just go in, mate.
Yeah. Oh, there's a load of money in there.
No, I would like to get closer to this. What I believe might be a blood stain or something through that opening. Not go into that room, but just
you're
get
not gonna
closer.
go in there.
Yeah, well, feel free to move yourself.
I don't think I can move, my dude.
Oh, hang on. I think I've got the wrong thing selected. All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move to there and just
Okay.
see if I can see from there if it does actually look like blood rather than just.
Okay, you peer through, and it does indeed look like a blood splatter staining and it's fairly recent. Like it's not fully
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
coagulated,
ask.
and
Yeah.
it's basically like splattered on this stone cobbled floor.
Would I say it was enough to be, a fatality, basically?
You don't believe it's enough. Like there's not enough blood there for like a person to have died from it.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a sort of thin like splatter on the floor.
Okay, so they could be wounded.
Yeah.
Whoever that is.
Just not wanting to butt in there, but I can't move my man, John, and I notice I haven't got a health bar, so I think I might not
okay.
be.
Let me just
not be on the right setting or something.
Let me just have a quick look. I'll see if I can sort that out for you.
I don't know. This might be. Hope this isn't a sign of what's to come.
I
Still
can't
sitting
feel my
bandit
legs.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Just give me a
I've
minute.
got no health bar and I can't move.
I've just removed your token. I'm just gonna have a quick look. Yeah, that's it. You have to sit out the rest of the game now. That's it for you. Go and sit out. Always for everyone. Alright, so okay, so it should be showing you hit points.
Have you got the little man in the top left selected?
Yeah, I got him selected.
Yeah.
So
'Cause I didn't have
the
that.
token should be alright. Let me just check the permissions for that character. Owner.
Oh, there's always one.
Okay, let's try it. Try it now. There we go, see if that
Oh,
works.
yeah. That looks better.
I don't know what was going on with that. I literally just like dragged the character onto the sheet again. Onto the map again, so I don't know what's going on
I
there.
feel a lot better now.
So, and that's when they get you.
He's lulling me into a false sense of security.
Okay, so you spotted that it is a splattering of blood, but not enough to be like a death wound, Brother Lomas.
But yeah, I do think it's recent.
Yeah.
Okay, I shall tell my other companions that it certainly looks like a blood stain that's fairly recent. Maybe
There's no
an
trail
injured
of-
party.
There's no trail of blood, though.
Well, not without going into the room, maybe and
No, I mean,
investigating
it's not
further.
come out here, is it?
No. At this point, Brother Lomas, can you please roll me a d6?
My screen hasn't
Oh,
loaded
die.
back up yet. 4.
Okay. As you're sort of like peering through the door, you think you hear like a very faint like rustling sound coming from inside the room with the blood stain.
So I've got to tell you that's a bit weird that there's blood on the floor and there's no blood out here. That would suggest that whatever made the blood is still in there, potentially hanging from the roof or...
Because the stairs are on the outside, aren't they? So
Well,
they're- yeah.
outside of that room.
Room,
they're
yeah.
on, yeah.
So that is possibly the only room on this floor. So, like you say,
Yeah.
whatever's in there.
Why don't you just stick your head around the corner there, brother Lomas?
Chuck something in there. Chuck something in there. I'm not in the position to chuck something in there. There's loads of rubble on the floor. I'll be there throwing a piece of rubble.
That's true. There's plenty of bits of broken masonry, stones,
Oh, there
etc.
is.
lying about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. Is this thing here another door that I can see from where I am?
It is indeed, yeah.
Okay, so can I shoot an arrow through the open door into that door and see what happens?
Yeah. Make an attack roll. You only need to get a 10 or higher.
You got.
That's fine, so 13. So, yeah, you fire an arrow, it sails across the chamber, and it hits the door opposite, goes like, boom, sticks in the wooden door.
Okay.
Was
I guess
that,
we're waiting to see if that attracted anyone's attention.
that was into the room I was peering in, was it?
That's correct,
Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
He's like fired straight across.
Yeah, well, I
through
shall prepare in case anything does come shambling out or whatever. And listen
Okay.
for any more noises.
So you listen and you don't see anything come shambling out. But after a few moments, you hear a very soft voice coming from inside the room that says, I can't. Why can't I? But I can't. Why can't I?
And it stops at that point, does it?
Indeed. And as it stops again, you hear this slight sort of rustling sound.
I say, nuts to this. Let's go up the stairs.
There is a door actually in the door frame, isn't it? There's an open door.
Yeah, and there's also a closed door here as well.
Yeah.
After a few minutes of nothing, I will approach the door.
Okay.
What, the open door?
The open door, yeah.
Malcolm, there's blood on the floor. Do you wish to add to it?
Always. And basically what I want to try and do, John, is...
Your predecessor was just this way inclined. If only you'd have met him.
Too
no,
soon,
That
man.
would have
Too
been
soon.
impossible.
Too soon.
I'd like to try and use a mirror, if I can, to look into the north of the map. So kind of with my back to the door, kind of stick my hand in with the mirror and see if I can see anything up where the snow is.
Okay. As you sort of like angle your mirror and you look up towards the roof, you can just make out what appear to be 2, maybe 3 sort of large, roughly spherical, dark shapes that appear to be sort of like attached or maybe like hanging from the ceiling.
Okay.
And as you look up again, you hear this quite sort of plaintive voice say, I can't. Why can't I? But I can't. Why can't I? And the voice seems to be coming from these sphere shapes.
Okay. And there's 3 of them
Indeed.
connected to the roof, like...
Seems to be. You can't really see any details. You see that these sort of black, sort of dark spheres, sort of like attached to the roof.
Okay. So I'll just make the 3 sign to everyone so everyone knows that whatever it is, there's 3 of them. Can I see anything else in the snow or understand where the snow came from, or...
It would appear, as you look at it, that it is just like a large pile of snow. You can't see exactly where it's come from. Maybe it was tracked in there by something. You're not sure.
Okay. But there's no, like, hole in the wall or
Yeah,
any
there's
obvious
no,
way,
like,
okay.
obvious, like, big hole in the wall.
Okay.
Malcolm, is it colder in there? Is it colder?
I don't know. I'm
It
only looking in with the mirror. I'm not going in the room.
No, you're standing by the door though. Is there like a draft?
you have noticed that like the air coming out of the room is noticeably colder. Whether that's just because of the big pile of snow, you're not sure.
Okay.
And there weren't no snow outside at this point, was there? In this
You're in Valcona and there's always snow.
Oh, there's totally always snow.
Yeah, but it's not like there's a blizzard going on or anything. It's just like there's just your standard bit of like low-lying snow on the floor.
So there could be just no roof or nothing above this. It could just be open to the elements theoretically.
Well, I mean, you can see, like, as Malcolm's looking in this room, that there is a ceiling to this room because the spheres are attached to it.
Oh dear!
Okay.
I didn't want to hear that.
So if I look at this closed door then, and without touching it, try and examine the opening mechanism, see is it locked or...
It doesn't appear to be locked. It's a wooden door, rather like the one that is opened that allows you to peer into the room with the blood. It just has like a simple like sort of metal doorknob on it.
Okay. So I suggest to Leopold that he moves out of the way and then gesture to Brother Lomas that he should use his staff to try and open it similar to the outside door, and I'll move back here out of the way.
I shall attempt it. Certainly.
Okay.
Let's just wait for Leo to move in case there's some sort of... Yeah.
I love the way that as you say, you're like, well, let's wait for Leo to move, and the token's like, whoop, whoop. Okay, so if you want to move yourself up, Brother Lomas, so you should
I can't
see...
do it from the side.
You should see there's like a little door icon if you hover over where the door is. And if you click on that, it will open the door.
Okay.
Okay, so where you are, you can only see like a little sort of you probably only see like a little sort of smidgen of the room.
Yeah. So I shall sort of step into the doorway. Can I hear or see, smell anything?
You don't see, hear or smell anything particularly untoward. It appears to be you would guess from what you can see, a fairly small chamber. And as you open the door, you can see there is another door in like the wall opposite you.
Okay.
Of similar construction.
And can I sort of just peer inside?
Yeah.
Without actually going in?
You peer in. It's a small room. It looks, again, it's stone cobbled floors. It looks from like scuff marks on the stone. There might once have been furniture in here, but it now appears to be empty.
Okay. I'm going to take a step inside.
Okay.
I can't actually see the other door.
It's just sort of up ahead of you here.
Oh, okay. So that I can see the whole of the room and nothing else of note there.
Yeah, nothing jumps out at you.
Okay. I shall head up to... Oh, there's the door there. Again, I'll take a quick listen at the door.
Okay. You listen to the door. You don't hear any particularly obvious sounds on the other side.
A similar sort of door handle.
Yeah, similar sort of thing.
Once again, I shall push at it with my staff.
Yeah, go for it. The door swings open.
Okay. God blimey. I can see even less now. Okay, I'll peer into the room and see if I can see anything of note.
Okay, you peer into this room. Again, it's a largely empty room with a stone floor. As you look in, you can see what appears to be a large wooden chest in the centre of the room. And what I'll do is I'm just going to move you in so you can like see a bit better.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. Okay, I shall pass the word back to Malcolm of a chest in the room.
Okay.
And it's sealed or shut
It's shut.
sort of unscathed. Looks pretty
It looks in pretty good condition, yeah.
good condition, yeah.
Is there dust on the floor or any tracks that I might be able to look that people have been in here recently, or?
There don't appear to be any tracks in these two rooms, so it doesn't look as though anyone's been in here recently.
Okay. And is it quite dusty from like years and years and years of? Okay.
Seems somewhat suspicious to have a chest in the middle of a room in an abandoned tower, wouldn't you think?
Indeed.
Indeed. Is there a lock on it, or what's the locking mechanism?
Okay, you look at the chest, and there is indeed like a large metal, almost like padlock, on the chest.
Okay.
I'll prod at the floor in front of the door, inside the room with my staff. It seems solid in construction, and
Yeah, it seems solid. It doesn't. There's no like pitfalls or anything like that are triggered.
just seems very odd to have a chest in the middle of the room. Okay, I shall step into where I am.
Perhaps
Okay.
we could loop a rope around it and from a distance drag it, try and attempt to move it.
Well, I've stepped into the room, sort of one square. I'll prod at the chest again with my staff, see if it moves, how heavy it is.
Okay. At this point, can I ask you all to roll me a d6, please?
D6.
Okay. So, as you're all sort of moving through these rooms and you're looking around, Leopold, you occasionally sort of like catch like a glimpse of like movement out of the corner of your eye, but when you like turn around, it's just like your shadow, like in the sort of dim light in here. And then after a few moments, you look around and you notice that, like, occasionally the shadows that are being cast by the various objects that you've seen, the chest, the doors that are open, yourselves, appear to sort of like move strangely, almost as though they're moving on their own, but it's only ever out of the corner of your eye. When you like look directly at them, they're just like back to where they should be.
Okay. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you. And I don't know about you lot, but out of the corner of my eye, shadows are doing funny things. There is some sorcery upon us. I fear this place is cursed with fell magic. My shadow is not what it was. And looking at your shadows, they are not what they were either. Nor are the shadows of anything else in this place. There is something mightily mistook about the whole affair. It's giving me the creeps. I think whatever we are doing, we need to do it fast and be gone.
Calm down, Leo. It's only
Is
a room.
this place not splattered with blood, filled with snow from a sealed ceiling? A mysterious chest in the middle of a room?
Aye, but we're here to explore, find out what is causing it, end it, and we'll move on to the next one.
So, as they're
Shifting shadows, that's what causes it.
I shall continue to prod at this chest.
I'm going to step back when he does that, just in case.
That's fine. That there's no reaction when you continue to prod it.
I'm going to study the shadows now, John. I'm going to try and see. I don't know. I'm going to try and develop a strategy where I kind of try not to look directly, but I'm paying a bit more attention to my peripheral vision.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So as you're sort of like, you're trying to glance out the corner of your eye, because like when you look at them directly, nothing seems to happen.
Yeah,
After you've been doing this for a few moments, you notice, like, maybe you're wrong, maybe you're mistaken, but you notice that like several of the shadows, i.e. your guys' shadows, have these like they're sort of your standard sort of dark grey, sort of black shadows, but they have darker spots in them that, out of the corner of your eye, look disturbingly like dark, shadowy eyes staring back at you.
So, like our shadows have taken on their own will, kind of, or their own.
That's certainly a valid
personality sort of thing.
interpretation.
Yeah.
Can we all see it, or is it just Leo?
After a bit, and Leo's pointing it out, you can see it, yeah, but like I say, it's only out the corner of your eye when you're looking at your shadows. However, your thoughts concerning that are interrupted when there is a loud crash and the door next to Brother Lomas is like caved in, and what look like two large, hairy, arachnid like legs just basically smash through the wooden door, wrap round Brother Lomas, and like pull him through the door.
That geezer said about that. Said about a spider.
To the east. Yeah.
Okay. It was nice knowing you.
Cheers.
Okay, so are we in combat rounds now, or do we still move as we wish?
We are in combat rounds.
Okay.
So just give me a second, guys, and I will add everyone to the combat tracker thingy.
Oi.
There we go. Okay, let me begin the combat. So that should roll the initiative. And handily, it's Brother Lomas going first, which is pretty handy for you, Brother Lomas. So what happens from your point of view is the door next to you just suddenly explodes in a shower of wooden splinters. And like I say, these two large, like hairy arachnid-like legs grab you and sort of pull you into the room to the east and up towards the ceiling. However, the true horror occurs as you're actually pulled up towards the ceiling. And as you do, you see these three dark spheres unfurl themselves, and you see what look to be three sort of human upper torsos and heads, but they have what look to be like 8 arachnid-like legs sprouting from random points on their bodies. And as it sort of pulls you up towards the ceiling, you can see it's got this human-like face sort of staring back at you with like mandibles on it, and as it pulls you up again in this almost like childlike voice, it says, I can't, why can't I, but I can't, why can't I? And all the while you can see these like chattering mandibles with saliva dribbling down and plopping to the stone floor below.
Ooh,
But
the words of the last victim, no doubt.
But before they get to act, you get to act, Brother Lomas.
I was just wondering if that's actually correct, unfortunately, because I think I had my staff out.
Have you got it flagged as a...
I think I've normally got the sling sort of marked on my sheet, because if we're sort of encountering stuff, it normally starts at range, potentially.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, reactivate your staff and I'll just re-roll it.
Because I think I'll probably... Well, doesn't that make me go last, or do you just get minuses?
It would make you go last, yeah, because it's a slow weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me quickly re-roll. Okay, there we go. So you're not actually last, because like Leopold's using a slow weapon as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's actually in the rejiggered version, it is Malcolm going first. So Malcolm, obviously all of that stuff I've just told you still applies, Brother Lomas. You've been pulled up by this strange like human arachnid hybrid. Malcolm, you literally just see these two like spider-like legs yoink Brother Lomas through this door. And again you hear this childlike voice calling out as he disappears into the darkness of the ceiling. What do you do?
Okay. I'm going to call out to the others that Brother Lomas is in trouble. It's in the eastern wing. And I am going to head through. Oh, the door is still... Oh, no, it's not. Hang on. Okay, so
Once I step in here, can I see them enough to shoot at the human torsos?
Yes, you can.
Okay. What I'd like to do, if I can, without endangering Brother Lomas, is shoot the one that's holding him with a view to getting him to drop it.
Right now, obviously, if you are shooting towards the one that's holding Brother Lomas, he is effectively in combat with it. So your shot will be randomised between the two of them. Now, if you spend your... You've only moved 5 foot. If you spend your entire turn aiming, normally it'd be 50% chance, like on a d6, 1 to 3, you've hit Brother Lomas. 4 to 6, you've hit the spider creature. If you spend your entire turn aiming, it'll be 1 to 2, you hit Brother Lomas. Anything else, you hit the spider. So, doubles your chances, basically.
Okay. I don't think I want to risk it. I think I'll shoot the next one over. This one here, if that's okay.
That is absolutely fine. So, make your roll.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay, so you fire an arrow. It strikes the... Because obviously you're trying to do this quickly, because Brother Lomas just been grabbed. You fire, you sort of snap off a shot. Unfortunately, it hits the ceiling next to one of these creatures and sticks in the ceiling. Okay, so we move on to Weimar.
Right. So I was the rear guard, and now shit's kicking off.
Indeed.
So I suppose I can see what I can see.
Yep.
And there's a spider that I know, there's some things going on, and it's visible to me. I guess that's because there's a door icon, so that's an open door.
Yep.
Through which I can see it. So I will.
So you're firing at this one here, are you?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, go for it.
As soon as I can get my sheets. Here we go. Okay, 12.
Okay, you have hit.
3 damage.
Okay. So let me see if I can select the right one. Yeah, there we go. So you hit this spider thing, this weird human torso with these spider legs randomly coming out of it, and you hear this sound that almost is half a cross between an angry snake's hiss and half the sound of air escaping from a punctured bladder. And you see this thing sort of wobbles a bit, and then it actually drops down onto the floor. It's still moving, but you can see this sort of pus or ichor leaking out of it sort of quite freely, and you see that your arrow has sort of lodged deeply in it and obviously inflicted a serious wound. Okay, so the spider creature, the one that's injured, that is going to scuttle over here, and it's going to have a pop at Leopold because he's stood right in the door.
John, I was just going to say, if I throw this hammer, does that still make me at the last go?
Yeah, because it's still a large weapon.
Ah, right, okay.
Okay, so the spider. Okay, it is hit. It does you 4 hit points of damage, Leopold.
Oh, I see, John. There's a thing at the bottom of your attack there.
Indeed.
Okay. Oh man. down. Have I took it off the wrong thing?
Although, to be fair, these don't actually have the death poison. That's not what I was talking about earlier, because I'm just basically using like normal giant spider stats for these creatures, but they're not actually giant spiders. That's not what I was referring to when I was talking about the threat of instant death earlier on. Okay, so we go on to the next spider creature, which is this one here. It is going to also drop to the ground, and it moves to here because it can't get to any of you guys, because Brother Lomas is being like dragged through the door, and the other one's blocking the door with Leopold. So next spider, this is the one that's grabbed Brother Lomas. It's just going to be doing a standard attack on him. Okay, so Brother Lomas, what's your AC, Brother Lomas? 11. Yeah.
11.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has a hit, and it inflicts 5 hit points of damage on you as it bites into you with these chunky mandibles. Okay, and now it is Brother Lomas himself.
That's right. Okay, so one of them's got me, or got hold of me. Can I still sort of stab at it or
You most
jab
certainly
at
can.
it with my staff?
Yep.
So I shall try and sort of plunge my staff into its underbelly.
Go for it.
There we go.
Okay, unfortunately they have an AC of 12, so you sort of you try and batter it with your staff, but obviously you're midway through the process of being like pulled up into the air, so you're not able to land a decent blow on it. Okay, so finally we come to Leopold, facing off against this already injured spider.
Yeah, I was about to throw my hammer, but when it pounced upon me, I just bring it down on its head. Dong.
Go for it. You've definitely hit. And for 1 hit point of damage.
I've got some strength there.
So it's 5 points altogether.
Okay.
Okay, so would you like to describe how you dispatch this already injured creature?
Yeah, I think it like lunges up towards me, and I just crack it one, and its head more or less just splits open, and it writhes about a little bit and then collapses to the floor.
Indeed. So as you're getting close up, as I've said, you can see it's not actually like a normal spider. It's like an upper human torso with like a human face, and then just like at random parts of these spider limbs coming out, and you just like bring your hammer down on this twisted, distorted human face, and it explodes with a sound like a ripe melon cracking. The creature sort of like falls down to the floor. Its legs twitch for a few moments, and then it lies still.
And then can I back up a bit?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna fall back to where. Why am I standing?
Okay. So.
And I'll shout some abuse at that other one that was coming.
No problems. Would you care to avail us with any of the choicer insults that you throw at them?
I don't think it's fit for public consumption.
I understand. There is a torrent of dwarven swearing and cursing at these vile creatures. Indeed. Okay, so we are on to the next combat round. It's Malcolm. Obviously, I've sort of what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Brother Lomas a bit because he's not actually in the door now. He's been like pulled up with the spider.
Okay. Cool. So what I want to do is basically grab my sword and shield and run in here.
Yep.
And lay down the law on this particular spider.
Go for it. Show him how it's done.
You're going to judge it?
I am.
Go to you.
Cool.
Excellent. You've definitely hit. and you've done it 6 hit points of damage.
Tears charged.
So you literally run underneath this thing as it's trying to put, as you can see, the sort of silhouette of Brother Loma sort of struggling as it's trying to like grab it with its arms and almost like wrap it up, and you literally run underneath it and like stab your sword into it. There's like this rain of this like ichor that just like pours down on you. But you hear this thing screech, and it actually lets go of you, Brother Loma, as you sort of drop down into the snow. So although technically you're still sort of in combat with it because you're adjacent to it, it's no longer sort of holding you up near the roof. Luckily for you, because you've landed in the snow, it's not going to take you like any time to like leap to your feet or whatever. You're not going to take any falling damage or anything like that.
That's good.
Okay, so Weimar.
Okay, so Leopold is backing off from the door.
Yeah, basically, as you watch, Leopold's like backing up level with you, and he's like,
So I'll. Okay, yeah, well, second arrow.
go for it.
This one.
Yep.
Do I actually? Because let's see if this works. It should, and it does. So. But that doesn't work for me at all. The damage would.
Indeed, another arrow flies off, and it's sort of like into the snow next to it.
Yep.
You found your form there, Johannes. You found your form.
Yep. I'm only missing the third 6, by the way. There, so.
Okay, so this spider is now going to run into here between yourself and Leopold. I'm going to, because it's got no preference about which of you it attacks, I'm going to roll randomly. 1 to 3, it's Weimar. 4 to 6, it's Leopold. Okay, so it's Weimar. So.
Ooh.
Okay, it hits, lashing out with one of its legs and causes you 4 hit points of damage.
Yowza. Is this well, I suppose what I'm gonna ask is, are these making like human noises?
Yeah, they're repeating the same phrase that you heard.
The exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly the same puncture, although it's a little bit quieter. And as you're sort of like madly trying to fight this thing off, you think that maybe like the reason it sounded louder earlier is because like all 3 of them were sort of doing it in sync, and you were sort of hearing all 3 of them, but you thought it was just one voice. Whereas now it's just like one near you doing it. It's a lot quieter,
Yeah.
but it's the same exact phrase, the same pauses, the same intonation, the same everything.
Yeah. That's not better.
Okay, so the spider that's up near Malcolm and Brother Limas, it's going to attack Malcolm because you're like the only one who's damaged it, really.
All part of the plan.
Okay, so I'm guessing with that incredibly poor roll, it has most definitely not hit you.
No,
So
definitely not.
it strikes out at you, but having just been majorly injured, it's sort of flailing around uncoordinatedly, and you easily just sort of sidestep one of these arachnid-like legs as it like lashes out in your general direction. Okay, Brother Lomas, you're sort of like picking yourself up. This arachnid's like flailing around crazily, legs everywhere. In the snow's being thrown up into the air.
I'm looking for revenge, so I am gonna once again hit out with my staff. Give it a sharp.
And obviously, Leander favours your vengeance. And as this creature sort of like gets itself together and it leaps towards you, no doubt intent on clamping its mandibles, you bring your staff down in the middle of its squishy, humanoid-looking interior, and it's almost as though it was like a water balloon filled with pus and ichor. It explodes with a loud squelching noise, showering both yourself and Malcolm in its foulness. unpleasant, but it is dead.
There you go.
Okay. So, Leopold.
I will bash it with the hammer.
Yeah, you hold up Misery's End.
Yes. Stand back, Weimar. Boom. Boom. That's bad.
No, 12 is exactly what you need to hit it. It's got an armor class of 12. So
Nice.
you hit it and you deliver a vicious blow that basically caves in like 3 of its 8 legs, and it's now sort of like leaning over to one side, like sort of trying to scramble around, not really moving fully, but it is still clinging onto life with grim determination.
Have I ever heard tell of these things in
You've
Tales of
heard
old
tell
or anything?
you've heard tell of giant spiders, but like I say, these things are like human torsos with spider
Yeah.
legs on them, and that doesn't ring a bell at all.
No, right, okay.
Okay, so we go on to the next combat round. It's Malcolm.
Sorcery.
Okay, so I
mean, who'd have thought a tower in the middle of some haunted woods? Who'd have thought sorcery, man?
yeah, I know.
I know,
right?
it seems most irregular.
3, 4, and here we go with some judgment. Oh, not. I give him a haircut.
Yeah, you run in and you slice off some of the sort of bristly fur that's on its body, but you don't actually land a damaging blow on it. We then move on to Weimar.
Okay. I have the longbow, which is gonna get slung, and
That's fun.
out comes the sun sword,
Nice.
and here we go. Swish. Not really. So obviously, I'm just staggering back from its vicious assaults.
Indeed. As you stagger back, you swing, but the sword sort of is like about an inch or 2 short of the beast. Speaking of the beast, again, it doesn't really, because none of you have really damaged it, it doesn't really have a preference, so I'm just going to roll 1 to 2, Malcolm, 3 to 4, Weimar, 5 to 6, Leopold. Okay, so it's Weimar again.
Oh,
Yeah, the vicious assault continues.
However, I'm guessing with an 8, 9
Yeah.
with its modifier, it's probably not got you.
Yeah, at least I don't have armor class 9. So
Yeah, so as it sort of like scrambles towards you, it's hampered by the fact that Leopold has like staved in like 3 of its legs. You think like normally it would have just scrambled and then like leapt on you, but it's like hampered by the fact like half of it's sort of like trailing behind it, and you're easily able to sort of like sidestep it as you're sort of dodging backwards out of the way of it. Okay, Brother Lomas.
Well, I feel it would be rude not to join the party. So
don't forget to bring a bottle.
I'm going to bring a staff.
Bring a staff. Yes.
Or not, as the case may be.
Okay, so Brother Lomas, you run in, you do jab at it, but you don't appear to inflict any major damage to it. Leopold.
Right. And wind up a big hit. This is it. I grow tired of these spiders. Be gone. Foul beast. Yes. You are lost.
Oh,
Year's news.
Yeah, so as Leopold says, I'm tired of you, big gone foul beast. And as it again leaps towards Weimar, you see like Leopold sort of leaps up in the air and basically goes and brings Misery's End down on it. And again, it explodes in this sort of cloud of foulness. Brother Lomas, you're like, I know what's going to happen here, and you like duck behind the door. The other 3 of you get like drenched by this ichor sort of like exploding out of this creature.
Ah,
So I continue to stagger back.
Indeed.
The assault turns into a flood
Indeed.
suddenly.
So you're all stood around. Obviously, it's been quite an exertion. You're all like panting. You're all a bit out of breath. But after a few moments, nothing further appears to menace you.
Can I examine the snow to work out where it might maybe have come from?
Yeah, go for it.
don't eat any of the yellow snow.
No.
Okay, as you're looking at the snow closely now, and you're not in a battle, so you can take your time about it, you can see it actually appears to have been like deliberately piled in this corner.
Okay.
Like it's not, you can tell by the pattern of it, 'cause obviously you're a hunter. It's not fallen like this. Someone's basically like brought in, like, for want of a better term, like armfuls of snow, and has just like laid it down in this area.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to have a bunch of dead people in there or something, man. That's their cold store.
Yeah, so I'd definitely like to dig through it and see if we can see anything.
Okay, that is absolutely fine. You dig through it, and you find a number of scatterings of bones that might be the remnants of past meals of these creatures, and you find one corpse looking like a fairly standard person wearing that standard like travelling gear, and it must have been brought here fairly recently, or perhaps it's been preserved by the cold, as Leopold was suggesting, but it's the only body that's fairly intact.
Okay. And is there any kind of equipment or anything on the body, or is it just like a...
Okay, let me just check for you. Boom, boom. Okay, you can see they don't really appear to have any items. However, you can see that underneath the body is a wooden shield, and they are wearing leather armor, and they have a dagger.
Okay. So I'll just whistle across to see if anyone has any interest in any of that kind of equipment. No. In which case, I'll just take the dagger. Okay. How are you feeling, Brother Lomas? Do you still want to look at this chest, or are you in need of...
Well, I might use my one of my cure light wounds just to top myself up.
Are we still getting this? Am I still seeing these shadows with eyes?
You are indeed.
Right, well,
Come on.
should,
Enough of this messing about with your mutterings and mumblings. The shadows are closing in. They're looking at me. I can see them boring a hole in the back of my head with their staring.
Okay, so you're casting Cure Light Wounds on yourself, Brother Lomas, is that correct?
Yeah, quick breather.
Okay, so as you're doing this, the sort of sound of like Leopold like talking about the shadows seems to like fade away, and everything seems to go dark, and you find yourself stood on the shores of a sunny beach with very clement weather. As you look out over the seas, you can see a ragtag fleet of ships of various different kinds approaching the beach. As they arrive on the beach, you see a ragtag group of people sort of dressed in rags, carrying various bits and pieces, climb off. And the very first person to jump off, who is standing at the prow of one of these boats, he jumps off, lands in the water, wearing metal armour, and walks up onto the beach. You recognise, as from the depictions you've seen of him, as Leander. As he walks up the beach and he's like helping people like pull their belongings up onto the land from the ragtag fleet of boats, like people are surrounding him, and they're praising him for seeing them safely to a new land. He appears humble, and he's saying to the people, he's saying, oh, thank you, and I'm glad we've made it here, but I do not deserve your praise. Without the carpentry skills of the of the great Kalna craftsman, we would not have made it this far. And as he's saying that, he gestures to the left, and you can see further down where more boats are landing and people are piling off. There are 8 dwarves, Kalna, who are sort of walking up the beach towards him. One of them steps forward, like a large bushy beard, and he says, "You give us too much credit, Leander. If it had not been for your guidance, we would all surely have perished. Everyone played their part." Then the scene abruptly cuts, and you get the feeling of that a number of years have passed. You see a slightly older looking Leander sat in a large stone hall with the same 8 dwarves, although they appear much the same. Leander says to them, "The old gods have failed us. Where were they when Valkonen fell into the great winter? But, my friends, my brothers, I have had a vision. This world needs new gods. You helped me once before. Will you join me in my quest to find these new gods?" The 8 dwarves look at each other, and there's a number of nods go between them. And the one who spoke earlier says, "We stood with you before. We will not forsake you now. Where you lead, we will follow." And then you snap back to the present in the tower, and you feel the strength of Leander flow into you, restoring a heavenly 6 hit points. And as you look around, although it felt like an appropriate amount of time had passed during that vision, as you look around, it appears like only like a split second has actually passed in the tower.
There's no real sense of where that's come from, is there? There's no overwhelming.
No, but ever since you sort of said your prayers and you were asking for Leander to sort of like enable you to like give his blessings to people, you felt as though you'd somehow moved closer to your god. Perhaps that's what caused it. Who can say? For the ways of the gods are strange, and not for mortal men to understand.
That's the first sort of call on him since. So okay. I don't feel any sort of stronger presence from this structure or anything. I haven't got any.
You don't know.
No. Okay.
Lomas, come on, snap out of here. You quit the daydreaming. I feel like I'm talking to myself here. What about these shadows with eyes looking at me? It's staring off into the snow into space.
And in fact, Brother Lomas, that's how you know that like the vision has ended. Because like when it first starts, you hear like Leopold going like, "Oh, I've seen these shadows with eyes," and then it faded out. And then as the vision's ending, you're like, "Oh, that was nice and peaceful. I've seen my God." Like your sort of harmony is intruded on by this voice going, "I know these darker patches in the shadows. Bloody looking at me. What's going on with it?"
Say a few words under my breath now. I wish I could go back there.
Stop mumbling. Come on.
Now, Leopold, and don't take this the wrong way, but did you have any of the blue caps before we came in?
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Why am I?
I'm not seeing the whatever you're saying.
Look at. Just stand still. Stand still. Pretend you're looking through that door, and then just kind of.
Yep.
Out the side of your eye, see your shadows. They've got eyes.
Why don't we see if we...
Don't look at them. Just at the side of your eyes. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Why don't we see if taking one of the blue caps heightens...
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself.
Perception.
Oh, well, that's a good idea. Yeah, because I'm creeped out enough as it is. What I want to do is go run screaming from this tower. I'm already having a bad trip. I don't need to get any worse.
I do love the logic, like, Leopold's seen something creepy. Bang some of these hallucinogenic shrooms down you. That'll sort you out, son.
No, I was.
You crack on, Malcolm. You crack on.
Give it to someone with a bit more stronger of the mind.
Stronger than mine. I'll give you stronger than mine. On the wrong end of this hammer, son. You'll feel.
Well,
why don't you, that's what you'll get.
Why don't you take your hammer and open the chest for us there, like a good little.
Did you just call me little? Did you just call me little?
No, I said you're a miner.
You said little. You said I distinctly heard the word little in that statement.
You are shorter than I am.
I may be shorter, but what I lack in height, I more than make up for in girth. Let me tell you that.
It's sidewise land.
Is it wrong that when
height
you started
doesn't-
saying that, I was thinking of exactly the same sentence to follow up on that?
You want to play with your chest? You play with your chest. I'm keeping an eye on these shadows that are keeping an eye on me and keeping an eye on all you lot.
Well, say I'll keep an eye on them. You have the hammer, so
Yeah, I have the hammer.
yeah, and you could maybe put it to use on the thing.
From a distance.
From a distance. Now you're thinking. For once.
So what's the plan then?
Right, I'm going to roll up to the door.
Yep.
I'm going to stand here. And I'm going to launch Misery's End at the chest.
Okay, make an attack roll. Obviously, you will hit it eventually. This is just to see how long it takes. Yeah, no problem. You throw it in. Your first shot hits the lock on this chest, shatters it. The lid flies open. As it does, you see a number of like darts from a concealed trap inside the lid go, and they stick in the wall because there's no one there.
Mm-hmm.
The hammer, obviously you hold your hand out, the hammer zooms back into your hand, and you can just make out what appears to be the glint of silver in the chest.
There you go, Malcolm. I'll give you fucking little. There's your
Hey,
chest.
you're the best little miner we know.
There's your chest. Fill your boots.
Right. So this door, John, that I guess kind of leads us under the stairs. Is that the same as the rest of the doors?
Sorry, which door is it you're looking at?
The one right beside me. This one here, I think it is, sir.
Yeah, it's the same as the others.
Okay. So, assuming nothing has gone dreadfully wrong with the chest, I'd like to open this door with my sword
Go for it.
and see what I can see.
Okay, you open the door. It appears to lead into a small chamber, and as you open it, the smell of like mold and rot wafts out at you. And as you look in, you see that like maybe this was once like a pantry, and there's just like the rotted remnants of like bread and bits of food, all sort of thoroughly spoiled and now sort of forming this layer of decay on the floor of the small room.
Okay. So, I think probably I just want to close that door. And, should we examine the chest?
Well, hopefully, what was there to stop people getting what was the contents has been triggered and set off, and hopefully it's now safe.
Okay.
So
So let me.
I've handily disarmed it for you, gentlemen. In the most subtle of ways.
Indeed.
With a flying hammer.
You made short work of it.
Balls
Mhm.
hammer,
But
yeah.
Everyone takes 1 damage.
Oh.
As I radiate scorn.
So I guess, yeah, what can I see in the chest from like,
Okay.
5 feet away?
You look into the
Bunch of
chest
silver,
and you can see a
yeah.
pile of silver coins.
Okay. So I guess I'll go over and kind of root through them with my sword and make sure nothing untoward happens.
You could obviously see the mechanism that fired the darts. It's in the lid of the chest. It was obviously conceived that when you open the lid, the darts would go and hit whoever was stood in front of the chest. The darts have been fired. The mechanism is now useless. You poke around in the coins. Nothing else untoward happens.
Okay. So I'll scoop out the coins and see how many there are.
Okay.
And whatnot.
You now have 100 silver pieces.
Okay.
Quick question, John. That mechanism in that lid of that chest,
Yep.
would that be considered advanced by our standards back home in our town?
Not really. It's just
No.
a crude device for
Okay.
launching a projectile.
Yep.
It's a lot of effort for 100 silver pieces.
Or not a lot of effort, apparently.
Hmm.
A bit of a dank, shoddy.
True. Can I examine the floor of the chest to see if there's anything underneath?
Yeah, you poke around the floor in the chest. You don't find anything untoward. It appears to be stone, like flagstones, as with the rest of the floor.
Okay. Cool.
Next question, John.
Yes.
If I trace one of the flight of one of these darts to where it ended, and pull it out of the wall, I'm gonna take it to Brother Lomas
Okay.
to see if he thinks it was poisoned or anything like that. If he can sniff anything. He's got a big nose. I'm sure he could.
Okay, you have a look at the darts, Brother Lomas. You don't see any sign of poison on them or anything like that.
I'd say this is common dart.
Yeah.
Fairly cheap.
Yeah. You've got 6 darts to score 101 or more.
This is what you could have won.
I was going to say, well, as the old Valkonen phrase goes, you cannot beat a bit of bully.
Stay out of the black and in the red. Nothing in this game for 2 in the bed.
That's it. Okay.
Well, with that, I think I shall head towards the staircase.
Okay, no problems. Feel free to move yourself.
It was over here, wasn't it?
Yep.
So for our international friends, that is a reference to a UK television show called Bullseye that is long gone, but you can catch it on I don't know, YouTube or something like that.
Probably.
It's still on Dave every once in a while, isn't it?
Oh, is it on day?
All sorts
I
of
love
channels, I
Bullseye.
should imagine, across the world.
Okay, so
Here's what you could have won.
Brother Lomas, are you heading up the stairs?
I can't actually see where I'm going.
Perhaps I should go first, brother, just to...
Yeah, by all means. I was just trying to get things moving.
Okay, so as you guys start making your way up the stairs, you get about halfway up the stairs, Malcolm, and you notice wisps of a low-lying mist glimmering with a soft light drifting down the stairs. Almost like, you know, when people set dry ice off and it sort of clings to the floor, but it has like a very faint sort of ambient glow coming from it.
Okay.
And it appears to be sort of coming down the stairs.
Okay, does it feel cold or warm, or is it just...
As you, I mean, are you going to put your hand in it, or... Because obviously you're like...
yeah.
You put your hand in it, and there's like a faint sort of like tingle in your skin as you put your hand in it. It doesn't do you any harm. It doesn't really feel cold. It's almost like, you know, when you... there's like a lot of static in the air and like the hairs rise on your arm, it feels a little bit like that. And you notice when you sort of pull your arm out of it, for a few moments, as like the last flickers of mist cling to your arm, it's almost as though like your arm is like very faintly glowing, but as the mist disperses, the glow fades as well.
Okay. And how high up does it go at the moment? Is it like kind of knee high or ankle high, or...
It's about ankle high.
Okay.
Sorcery.
And is there any way to kind of get up onto the banisters and channel my inner Legolas to walk up without...
Given that the staircase is fairly narrow, you could possibly sort of like one leg and one arm on each wall and try and like move your way along like that.
Not a
I'd like to try that to see how high I can get without touching the mist anymore than I
Oh,
already
you want to
have.
get high? Brother Lomas has got just what you want there.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I need to get like higher, and Brother Lamus is like,
Yeah.
one step ahead of you, brother. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, can you put, and this is more like strength based because you're having to like hold your weight up. So can you make me a strength check? And this is just to see, you're not going to like fall down and like hurt yourself. It's just to see how far you get. Like if you fail, it's just basically like, oh, you've like dipped into the mist as you've been trying to do it.
Okay, hang on. Oh, that's good.
Okay, yeah, if you want, you can make it all the way up the staircase without touching the mist.
Okay, so I'd like to do that. See what I can see on the next floor.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to move you up to the next floor, and that will be on the right. If you like scroll to the right, you will see that I've just sort of moved you up to that bit of the map.
Okay, perfect.
So you've literally made it to the top of the stairs. You're sort of still like on the wall, and you can see that the whole sort of floor of this area appears to be sort of like have this low-lying mist sort of hanging over it. But at the minute, you're still sort of like up on the wall, so you're not touching it at all.
Okay. Okay. And can I, staying up high, get around the corner to see what's in the center of the floor?
Yeah, you passed your roll, so yeah. And you got a 1, so... Okay, as you peer round the corner into the room beyond, you can see in the centre of the chamber is what appears to be a large cast iron cauldron. And you can see sort of cascading out of the top of this cauldron is this softly glowing mist. And it sort of like pours out like dry ice and then gathers around the floor and is trickling down the stairs. As you look around this room, you can see the spots of sort of like greenery that you can see on the map appear to be sort of like strange plants that are like growing from the floor, like out of the mist. And they look like your normal sort of plants you'd expect to find in this area, but they're sort of like twisted around and they've grown in strange patterns.
Okay. I'm sorry, the cauldron is here, is it?
Indeed. And you can also see what appears to be a dead body lying beyond the cauldron.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is the mist covering the entire floor?
Indeed, yeah, but like I say, it's only like an inch off the floor. Like I say, you can see this body sort of like above the mist. Although like you can't really see the details, like wisps of mist are going around it. Like so at the distance you're at the minute.
Okay. And then the snow is the same as downstairs.
It is indeed.
Piled it in. Okay.
Yep.
And does it come above the mist or is the mist on top of it?
It comes above the mist.
Okay. So can I jump onto the snow and stay above the mist?
You most certainly can, so move yourself across. And whilst you're doing that, I'm going to ask, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm listening on the staircase for the sort of go ahead to continue up.
I'm just listening, like
you'd be like, oh,
if looking around nervously.
If it's not safe for us to come up, Malcolm, just make a noise like, ah!
Help!
Okay. What are you doing, Weimar?
Keeping an eye on the shadows.
I understand.
Did you see
after a few
anything
minutes, you do start to notice what Leopold is saying. Like every time out of the corner of your eye, you're like just sort of sideways glancing one of your shadows. They appear to be moving almost as if under their own volition, and you see these like darker spots where eyes would be on a person. But as Leopold rightly told you, whenever you look directly at them, the shadow just like instantly snaps back to how it should be and looks entirely normal.
I'll just take an exploratory sweep with the sun sword through the sort of air in the room.
You do so, and as you're doing that, you feel your mouth moving, and you hear the voice of the sword, and you all hear this go, well, that won't do much good. And then the voice sort of pauses for a few moments and then says, if I had to guess, I'd say this was some sort of sorcerous after effect, some sort of side effect of something else that was done. I doubt it'll be harmful in itself, but
Well, yeah, I sure as hope. Well, hope not, because I can't see it when I look at it. I say in my own voice to myself, because that's where we are.
The sword says, "Yes, I think it's probably only visible permanently to those who are attuned to sort of magical senses. Do you mind if I says the voice.
Sure.
As you say that, your vision abruptly shifts, and it's as though you're like 3 foot lower than you were previously, and like your vision's sort of oddly like distorted. But as you're now sort of like looking around the room, and you're not controlling like the pan of your vision, but as the vision moves across, you can now see clearly, like even when you're looking directly at them, all these shadows moving with these like dark spots on them. And then your vision like sort of like zips back up, so you're actually looking out of your own eyes, and again you can't see it when you're looking directly at it.
Right, Leopold, you're quite right. Me and the sword have conferred, and I've concluded
And
that something really bad has happened here.
sorcery.
Okay, so we're going to cut back to Malcolm on the floor above. You're stood on this patch of snow above the mist. There's this cauldron still with the mist flowing out of it. There's this dead body lying on the floor about 10 foot away from you.
So these kind of dark patches on the ground, are they like furniture or?
So
Like this one
which
here.
dark patches? That's a wall.
Oh, it's a wall. Okay. And this one here is the same, is it?
And actually, I don't think that is a wall. That's just like a patched up part of the flooring. Apologies.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just an open floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what I'd like to try and do is with my rope is kind of throw it and catch onto something on the body and pull the body onto the snow.
Okay, not a problem. You loop, you sort of lasso the body effectively. However, as you do so and you start trying to pull it towards you, the body sort of like falls apart.
Okay.
And as you can now, and basically you've like looped it like under the arms. You've basically got like the upper torso of this body, like the rest has been left behind, as though it's sort of broke in half. And as you drag it towards you, you can see it's leaving like a bloody sort of trail of viscera on the floor, like in a streak as you're dragging it across. And as you pull it a little bit nearer and you look at it, you can see it looks to be a human body, but it looks like quite primitive. And it looks as though it's been like badly burned or dissolved, as though it had been exposed to like some sort of powerful acid or corrosive agent.
Okay. Okay. And then in terms of, is it kind of carrying? It's like primitive, like the kind of the Lang, the kind of no kind of gear, no equipment, just kind
Yeah,
of.
I mean, it's taller than the Leng you've seen so far, but it almost looks like sort of like Neanderthal-like or like caveman-like.
Okay. Okay. And the cauldron, then, if I look at the cauldron, is there any kind of fire underneath or anything? No, it just looks like a magical cauldron that's spitting out mist.
Indeed.
Okay. And is there anywhere that looks like there might be a lid for it or anything that...
Not that you can see, but it's possible if it's laying on the floor and it's just like a thin lid, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the mist.
Okay. And is it kind of swirling out around the room and then down the stairs, or is it kind of coming up and down the
It just
stairs?
appears to be like spilling out in all directions from the cauldron,
Okay.
and just sort of like almost like I say, like liquid nitrogen style, like flowing across the floor. And obviously, after a while, it dissipates. But obviously, some of it's getting like that's why it's only got halfway down the stairs, because it's dissipating before it can get all the way down.
Okay. Okay. So I guess I'll call down to Brother Lomas at the bottom of the stairs that it looks like there's a cauldron generating the mist, but nothing else of interest up here. Should we go on, or what do you suggest?
There's further floors to explore. I'm going to head up the stairs.
Okay, yep. So
See.
I'm going to move you up to the next floor where Brother Lomas is. Sorry, where Malcolm is. My apologies. So I'll move you up to there. Obviously, you move through this mist as well. Like I say, you feel a slight sort of like static, like tingling as you walk through it, but it doesn't seem to cause you any harm. And as you walk up into the room, you can see that, as Malcolm has said, there's this cauldron in the middle of the floor. There's this like mist cascading out of it that's faintly glowing, and it's flowing across the floor for some distance before dispersing. You can also see sort of here is like the lower part of a body that appears to have just sort of like dissolved away before it got to the upper torso. You see Malcolm stood on this platform of snow that's rising above the mist, and he's got like a rope round, you presume, the upper torso of the same body, and you see like the streak of like viscera where he's dragged half of this melted body across towards himself.
Okay. Well,
Don't spend too long in the mist.
Yeah, I shall join him on the snow to be on the safe side, or hopefully on the safe side.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is there any form of like chandelier or anything that would light up the room in the ceiling?
There isn't, no. The only thing that's providing light in here is the soft glow coming from the mist.
Okay.
And did I miss that we think the stairs is underneath that snow? Is that?
Sorry, that's just how I've laid it out. The stairs aren't underneath the snow; they sort of head up above it.
All right.
So there's like the staircase continues up here to like the next floor, you presume.
Right. Okay.
Should we head up?
I think we should certainly have a look. Shall I call up the others?
Yeah. Let's not get too spread out.
Yep. So I shall call down to Weimar and Leopold
Okay, are you heading up, guys?
to join us. We don't believe the mist is harmful, but maybe stand on this snow like we have.
Right, following the steps.
Yep. Follow up.
Okay. And then I think I will head up to the next floor.
Does the mist level out? We rise up through the mist as soon as we get up onto the next flight of stairs.
That's right, yep.
Yeah.
And again, you both feel like a slight tingling sensation as you move through it, but it doesn't cause you any harm. And you can see the room as I've described. Okay, so Malcolm's going up to the next floor. So again, this bit of the map will be to the right. So I'm just going to move you over to that.
Okay.
As you get to this floor, you can see there is an open door to like the southeast of you, and a closed door to the southwest of you. As you're sort of looking around, you can see a few slight blood splatters on the floor, and they appear to form a very loose trail sort of heading towards this direction.
Okay.
And you can hear the sound of like banging coming from inside that room.
Okay. And can I see anything through the open door?
Okay. As you look through the open door, you catch sight very briefly of what appears to be a slightly hunched figure sort of moving around in the room beyond, but you only just catch like a brief glimpse of it.
Okay, so I guess I'm assuming over the few months we've been working together, we'd have come up with a whistle signal that would indicate that we found something dangerous. So I'll just kind of whistle that down the stairs.
Okay.
And string my bow.
Okay, I shall slowly sort of come up the stairs as quietly as possible.
Okay.
To join, as I can't hear any immediate sort of combat.
I'll move you up. There we go.
Yeah, I keep going. Cautiously, hammer in hand.
Okay. So I've moved you up. What about yourself, Weimar?
Yep, going up.
Okay. Move you up. So, as I said, there's a closed door here. There's an open door here through which the figure was glimpsed. And you can hear like the sounds of like sort of like banging coming from it inside that room.
And was there one more floor? The stairs.
You believe that there's probably at least one or two more floors. Like the stairs sort of carry on to the west of where you are now.
Yeah.
What do you do, guys?
You didn't see anything in the room? I'll ask Malcolm.
We've seen a hunched figure.
Alive.
So, yes, kind of moving. So I guess, is it worth making some noise, draw it out, or do we want to try and sneak up on it?
You saw it walk just past the door or further in the room?
I guess I kind of seen it from kind of moving through the door and heard the banging noise.
You didn't get an idea of what the banging was? Another door it was banging on, or the floor, or...
It sounded more sort of like someone moving around clumsily in the room rather than like someone banging a door.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I think I would like to come up to here and then kind of using my mirror again, try and see if I can see more about what's going on in the room through the door without stepping into the door.
Okay, you sort of hold the mirror up and angle it and look round, and as you do, you see into what appears to be like a pretty empty chamber. There are two primitive looking humans in there. One of them is lying on the floor and but sort of like occasionally like sort of thrashing around and making this like bumping noise. Yeah, this primitive humanoid has like this huge sort of like slashing wound across its chest, which is like leaking blood out of, and you can see the other primitive humanoid is like basically trying to like press a piece of cloth onto the wound, and they perhaps they're communicating, you're not sure, but they seem to be making these like primitive sort of like grunting, almost like ape-like noises.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I will just kind of step into the room with my sword drawn.
Okay, as you step into the room, the non-injured, I'll call them Neanderthals, just to say me, I keep saying primitive humanoids. The sort of uninjured Neanderthal looks up at you and immediately goes and lifts up what appears to be basically like a sort of large like thigh bone, like that it's holding like a club. Doesn't like immediately rush you, but sort of like looks at you like wearing it. He's like
so I'll kind of step back a little, like kind of just back off a small bit and just point at his friend and make sewing gestures.
You do that, the Neanderthal doesn't really seem to understand, and basically sort of like still holding this club basically goes
okay. Any of you guys good with languages? I'll call out to...
Well, certainly not that language. But...
I like to imagine you're like, is anyone good with languages?
Yeah, there's this guy that we were paying a lot of money to.
Tumbleweeds blow across the room.
Okay. This snow I'm on, does it look the same as downstairs?
Yep.
It's just kind of been shoveled in. Okay.
I mean, can you see anything else in there of any sort of value or reason to, or should we just?
I think it's all I can really see is the snow, which there's probably no point in shoveling through. So my sense is I'll actually come out and close the door and
Yeah,
leave
go
them.
for it.
Uh,
They don't follow you.
okay, and then I will come over and listen through this other door and see if we can hear anything through there.
Okay, you listen to the other door. You don't hear any sounds coming through the door.
Is it the same as the doors downstairs
Yep.
with the kind of iron? Okay, so again, I'll use my sword and open it without touching it.
Not a problem. You open
Okay.
it up, and as you peer into the room, this appears to be the remnants of some sort of office, perhaps. There are lots of sort of like books and scrolls like piled around a desk here, although you can see just from looking in that like most of them have obviously been like ruined by like the damp and the passage of time. It's quite cold in here, and you see like this desk at the far wall with a few like bits and pieces on it, but you can't really tell what they are at the distance you're at.
Okay, so I'll move up towards the desk then to see if I can see anything.
Okay, again, there's a series of books. You sort of open a few with the damp of the snow and everything's got to them, and they're all sort of pretty much illegible. However, as you're searching the desk, you do find what appears to be sort of placed inside a sort of metal box, effectively, which seems to have preserved it from much of the damage that the others have sustained, is what appears to be a small scroll with a black ribbon around it.
Okay. So I will just throw that into a sack I have nearby, and we
Okay.
can look at it later on. Is there anything else in the room? No, just that table.
Just that table, really.
Okay, so then I guess we'll head back out and go up to the next floor.
Okay, no problems. Are you
This snow that keeps appearing, do we think who's bringing it in? Who's bringing this snow in?
It's a good question.
It's the whatever creature had the big feet.
Bit bloody strange, isn't it?
Yeah. I wonder, does it like the cold? Is that what the problem is?
Oh,
But I'm sure that's the only creature that could be moving snow piles of
hold
this
on a
size.
minute. What big-footed creature can you think of that likes snow?
Don't know what you're saying.
Friendly with the Hendersons.
That's it. Goes by the name Haru. Okay, so are you all moving up to the next floor, or?
I am going to follow behind. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Okay, I'm just dragging you all across.
Oh.
Okay, so as you all move up the stairs, the entranceway on the next floor, the stairs continue up to what must be another floor above. And as you move up, there is just an open doorway. There's no door in it leading into a chamber. You can see 3 doors sort of coming off that, but your vision is captivated in the centre of the room by a 7.5 foot tall humanoid figure that appears to be made entirely of bronze. And it appears to just be standing there, sort of like staring at the open doorway.
Oh joy.
It doesn't move.
Do its feet look like they're the right size for...
Yep.
Kind of rectangular.
Indeed.
Kind of heavy. Not very dexterous.
Okay. So this is some sort of servant then for someone else. So it's someone else who wants the snow, because a bronze creature would have no interest in snow.
Does it seem to be guarding these doors behind it, or just?
It's difficult to tell because it's not like reacting to you or doing anything at the minute.
I mean, it's not
stood in the middle of the
standing
chamber.
directly in front of.
No, it's just stood in the middle of the chamber, like.
If we
completely
go
lifeless.
in here, he's not gonna be happy. He's gonna rear up.
How big are the doorways behind them?
They're similar in
7.5.
size to the other doors. They're
So are they small enough that he would struggle to get through them, or are they...
yeah, they're pretty sort of small.
Okay.
Well, they're normal sized doorways, but they're small for that creature. It could maybe squeeze through them, but it wouldn't be easy.
And he's not flexible really either, right?
No, it's made of metal.
Okay. So what I want to try and do then is use my stealth to try and sneak through to this open door here, and to see if he does anything. I basically kind of step as close to him as I can to see if he actually activates.
Okay, make your stealth roll then.
I don't actually have an indoor stealth roll. It was more.
Oh, that's fine. You're just sort of doing it. Okay. Yeah, so move yourself to where you want to be. I can see you've done that. Yep, you sort of sneak past this thing. It doesn't really react. The room you're in, again, opens into like a small sort of plain room. The floor has been patched up in here. Again, you can see sort of similar like strange growths, like bushy growths coming out of the walls, as you saw in the misty chamber on the floor below.
So then I think I want to try this middle door.
Okay.
Is it the same as the doors downstairs?
It is indeed.
Yeah, then I'll just open it with my sword again. Do you want to move, Brother Lomas, before I do, in case this goes pear-shaped? Okay. Okay.
It opens into a chamber beyond this, and you can see again another pile of snow, and you can also see what looks to be an extremely, it must have once been like an extremely fine embroidered rug that's on the floor, but half of it's under the snow. It's damp, some of the fibres have rotted away. There's like an odd sort of mouldy, like pungent smell coming off it.
Okay. Okay, and if I move to the third door, it's the same as all the other ones, is it?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just open that.
Okay, again it appears to open into another largely empty chamber with a few like specimens of odd plants growing in it.
Okay.
And all the time you're doing this, the bronze figure doesn't move.
Okay. So I guess it's waiting on the wizard to call it.
Something to activate it, yeah.
Yeah. So I think this might be a time for us to find the wizard before he can activate the statue.
Well, there's only one more floor, probably. I think, from our estimations from outside.
Mm-hmm.
Should we head up, so?
I think we need to. Now we've got this far.
Okay, so again, are you all heading up to the next floor?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We want to stagger it slightly, rather than all just sort of bowling.
Let's just all ball in. It's getting late.
What's the worst that can happen? Dr. Pepper. Okay, let me just
I'll be a wizard.
drag you all up to the next floor. Okay, so as you head up to this floor, you can see that the stairs appear to head up, but they head up to like a trapdoor, which you assume must be up to the roof, effectively. As you look into this sort of like central chamber, which appears to be the only real room on this floor, you can see what appears to be the signs of some ancient conflagration in this chamber. The stone floor is scorched and blackened. In the centre of the chamber, lights appear to flash, and like your sense of perspective and space appears to sort of like twist oddly as you look into the centre of the room, almost as though you're like looking at this room through like a prism that's like rotating slowly. You can also see, as you look around sort of like quite near to you, sort of just about like here-ish, you can also see on the floor what appears to be the remnants of a skeleton that appears to be like burnt black, with the faintest remnants of like a few cloth threads clinging to its charred bones. It looks to be extremely old, but it's almost been like carbonized by some sort of extreme heat.
Looks like a spell that went bad.
Very bad.
And as you sort of peer across the chamber, like I say, your sort of sense of perspective and space like gets warped as you're trying to look across the chamber. But occasionally, as this sort of like distortion seems to like twist, you catch sight of what appears to be maybe like a desk or like a bookcase. You can't really tell. So like just beyond this chamber, like on the far wall, sort of like around about here. But you can't really be sure because as you're looking, like your sort of vision is being like warped and twisted by whatever's like going on in the center of this chamber.
Okay. And can we kind of see the, I don't want to call it a force field, but you know what I mean, that can we kind of see that, or is it just kind of like you're looking in the mist and it's just you can't see anything, or is it very obviously that there's a,
Like I say, you can see it, but it's almost like when you try and look across the room, it's like you're seeing it through like a kaleidoscope.
okay,
And like someone's like just slowly sort of like turning the end of the kaleidoscope, so like everything's moving, but it's more just your perception, like the room isn't actually moving.
okay. And if I try and touch it, or if I step into the middle of the room, I guess this
Move yourself in if you wish to go in the middle of the room. Okay, you step into the middle of the room, and as you do, there's a brief unsettling sensation, like almost like vertigo. But after a few moments, it passes, and the distortion. Everyone else is still seeing the distortion, but for you, everything now looks completely normal, and you can definitely see there's a couple of chairs and a desk, and what looks to be like a bookcase full of like ruined and destroyed books on the far end of the room.
Okay. And is there anything now that I can see properly? Is there anything in the middle of the room that would indicate what this spell was going on here when the spell went wrong?
You can see there appears to be some sort of like circular design with like ancient runes around it that has been actually like carved into the floor. You can see from a few flakes of metal, it looks as though there must have once been some sort of like metal poured into the design, but it's no longer present.
Okay. So can I come over and examine the desk bookcase just to see if there's any indication of what this person was trying to achieve?
You most certainly can. You look around and I say all of the paperwork seems to be pretty much ruined. However, as you're sort of looking on the desk, you can see there's like a small drawer, and as you sort of go to like sort of like check it, it's locked.
It's locked.
Indeed.
Okay, so can I use the dagger that I just found recently to pry it open?
You most certainly can. I assume you're like standing off to the side and like doing it or something similar.
Yeah, or yeah.
Okay, so you stand off to one side. It's just a fairly simple lock. You like open, and as you do so, again another sort of like needle or dart flies out of the drawer, which if you'd have been stood in front of it would have hit you. As it falls to the ground, you hear like a tssst, and you can see like what appears to be a liquid dripping off the end of it, and where it's hitting the sort of wooden slats on the floor in here, it's actually like eating into the wood and like steam's rising up out of it.
Okay. Okay.
As you look back, you can see inside the desk is what appears to be it looks as though it's a piece of parchment, and around it, instead of like twine or a ribbon, is what appears to be a silver ring with like a silver skull on the front of it.
Okay. So can I take the ring off and open the parchment?
Yeah, as you take the ring off, the parchment, which is damp and sort of ruined by time, the parchment literally just like crumbles like mush in your hand, and you're left holding this silver ring.
Okay. With a skull.
Indeed.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and there's nothing else on this side of the room. Everything else is mush, is it?
Not that you can't see anything else of interest here.
Okay. Cool. So, I guess I'll go back to the others and tell them I found the
Okay.
strange ring.
At this point, can you
Um,
please make me a save versus spells?
Ooh.
Since you've been in that room for some time now. And as I'm sure Johannes will have long suspected, I will get out my favourite book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just let me make sure.
Now the question is, which table?
I know that book of dankness. I didn't realise how thick it was. I've only ever seen the PDF.
Well, as you said, it's all about
Yeah,
it's all about the girth, mate.
Mhm.
Especially the revised version. It's hefty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Wow.
Oh.
Oh, splendid. Well, possibly not splendid, but okay. Can you roll me a D200?
Can. $19.
Okay. Let me see what we get. All right. Okay. As you guys see sort of Malcolm step out of this shifting distortion, you see that his face appears to be covered with a severe case of acne. That is all.
Okay.
And also, you lose 1 point of constitution.
Oh.
What's up with your face, Malcolm?
I don't know.
You've gone all spotty.
You feel like as you step out of this distortion, you feel like your face and your sort of like arms, which are covered in this acne, are sort of itching, and you feel like a slight sort of like weakness as you sort of step out of this distortion. And obviously, if you like look at yourself in your mirror, which you've obviously got out because you've been using it a lot, you can see this like acne all over your arms and face.
Okay.
And I would tell you as an out of character note that is far from the worst result you could have got.
Okay.
Like far from
Is
the
that
worst result.
permanent on both cases, or is it?
It's because obviously I don't want to like spoil it, but it's permanent unless you do a certain something to remove it.
Okay.
It can be removed. It's not permanent.
Ongoing.
Yeah.
It's currently permanent.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
There's an oxymoron for you. Currently permanent.
The stairs stop here, don't they?
Well, it don't look like it. It looks like they go on to me.
They continue up to like I say like a trapdoor which leads up to the roof. But I will tell you just for like because obviously we're getting on a bit, just like speed it up. You go up the stairs. You have a look on the roof. It's a wooden roof, little sort of trapdoor. You can see the forest as you look around it, but there's like nothing of interest apart from some more snow on the roof.
Well, I feel this tower is having somewhat of a nasty effect on you, Malcolm. I think we should maybe make our way up.
As you're discussing that, from like somewhere down below where you are now, you hear getting like fainter and fainter.
It's your man. He's off to get some snow.
Okay.
Sounds like our friend is leaving.
Let's follow. Let's follow down.
Let's follow, yeah.
Yeah, we'll follow down.
Okay, so you head down and you do indeed come across, he's not moving very quickly, you eventually come across this bronze figure and it's just slowly like marching down the stairs towards the first floor, then the ground floor. It walks up to the front door, pushes the door open, walks out into the forest. What do you guys do?
I think we want to follow it. See what it's doing.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, yeah.
So it walks out into the forest and it appears to be doing like a sort of circuit, so sort of like taking like a wide arc and slowly returning to the tower. Sort of like about halfway through its sort of circuit, you see it sort of, you can hear in the distance what sounds like the crackling of wood burning, and through the trees in the forest you can see like maybe the flickering light of a campfire, and this thing just like starts walking towards it.
Okay.
as you follow it, sort of obviously keeping your distance a little bit, but you follow it, you see that it walks into a small clearing, and there's like just like a traveller sort of sat there. He's like cooking some meat over a little campfire he's started. He sees this like bronze figure coming towards him, and he's basically like, "What the fuck?" And as he says that, this golem creature just like reaches out, grabs him round the neck, lifts him up by his neck, and sort of still holding him like that with comparatively little effort. He's like struggling and going like that, but can't break free. It turns around and it starts walking back towards the tower, still like holding this guy.
Okay.
And this guy's like, "Oh, what's going on? Let me go!" Like frantically like beating on like the chest of this thing, and it's just like doesn't give like a crap. It's just like carrying him.
Okay.
And it like, assuming, are you guys still following it or?
Yeah, I think so. Unless anyone feels like.
Well, presumably we were following it, and now it's turned back in our direction, kind
Well,
of
no,
thing.
because it's still sort of going on like its arc, so it's sort of
It's
arcing
on a
around.
circular route, is it?
Yeah, it appears to be like, you think maybe because you've said like, oh, it's obviously some sort of programmed servitor. Maybe it's like following like a pre-programmed route or something. It eventually gets back round to the tower, still carrying this guy. Although he's sort of like starting to look a bit worse for wear because it's like carrying him by the neck. He's like obviously having trouble breathing, and his struggles are getting a little bit weaker, and his shouts a little bit fainter. It marches up to the door with its other hand, pushes the door open, marches into the tower, and you hear the sounds of it going up the stairs.
Okay. So I guess we want to go in up the stairs after it.
Okay.
See what it's doing.
You follow it up to the 4th floor, where the sort of glowing like magic circle effectively is. It walks into still holding this guy, it walks into the middle of where this weird sort of spatial distortion is. And at this point, I'm going to ask Malcolm again, can you please roll me a 1D200?
Okay. Okay. 5.
Okay, 5. Let's see what we get. So, again, it's difficult to see because of this distortion, but as the golem appears entirely unaffected by whatever magical fluence is in this room. But as it holds this struggling figure there, you watch as his feet seem to sort of twist and warp and sort of change until they resemble more like, and he's sort of like screaming in pain, until they resemble more like animal claws rather than human feet. The bronze golem just stays there, sort of like holding him.
Okay.
Okay. At this point, Brother Lomas, can you please roll me 1D200?
I'll have to type that, don't I?
Yeah, it's /R, same way as you would do on like Roll20.
Is that right? Yeah.
Okay. 87. So like a few minutes pass while it's holding him in the middle of this distortion. Again, he lets out a sort of strangled scream, and his skin seems to sort of boil and ripple like a liquid. And then as you watch, his skin appears to, at first you think maybe his skin's sort of like flaking off, but eventually his skin like transforms into a coating of almost like spiny like leaves, but made out of flesh.
I'm going to try and kill the geezer.
Okay, wait, are you throwing the hammer at him or whatever?
Yeah, I'm going to... So this guy, I'm going to try and headshot him.
Go for it.
I've just rolled an 11 on the D20. I meant to roll the hammer. I forgot myself.
That's fine. He's basically just a peasant, so you will have hit him with that, and he's only really got like a couple of hit points. So as you throw the hammer, it like strikes him on the head. You hear like a loud snap as his head snaps to one side and he falls limp. The bronze figure doesn't like even look at you as the hammer flies back into your hand. It just lets go of his body, which falls to the floor. Then it turns around and starts like back towards the exit of the room.
Can I put the ring on at this stage?
Sorry?
Can I put the ring on, the one that I found?
Yeah, that's fine.
And I guess I'm hoping that it will give me control over the statue.
Okay. It doesn't seem to pay any special attention to you when you put the ring on. And as it draws level with you guys, again, like not reacting to your presence whatsoever, it moves round you, starts walking down the stairs, and it returns to its original position on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
And then it just sort of stands there. If you follow it, it just sort of stands there again in the same chamber. Obviously, like the twisted now corpse of the man is still like lying on the 4th floor in the sort of magic circle.
Okay. So it's making the creatures.
Yeah, that's how
Well,
this
it's
weird
an
creature.
experiment, isn't it? It's an experiment, and some toe-rag wizard has expired, but this bloody thing is carrying on getting experimental subjects for its owner by the looks of it. So, and
Have you ever come across these creatures before, Leo? Do you think we could destroy it with your
well,
misery?
Well, I was going to say, technically, if you guys remember the bronze mask that one of you possesses, any of you who encountered that creature that sort of fell apart, you've all encountered one of these bronze golems before. Although you didn't have to face it in direct combat then.
yeah, and if anything that is made can be unmade in my experience.
Okay.
And indeed, that's quite a famous dwarven saying.
Because it feels like they shouldn't be allowed to continue. But yet there doesn't seem to be any other way to stop them without. Oh, can we examine the scroll?
You most certainly can. Okay, so yeah, you take this scroll out. So let me bring up the note for that. Okay, so you take the scroll out. It's written in sort of like an archaic form of common, and it says the following. Whilst I agree with my colleagues that the great working was necessary to prevent the great beast from beneath the ice escaping, there is unsettling talk of many who do not understand our actions. They plan to flee the land of our birth. This is not acceptable. I must find a solution. I have spent long poring over ancient tomes, having discounted sacrificing the spark of life to achieve a pallid version of immortality. I have heard rumours of a mage named Akbeat to the far north. Although I do not know him, my colleagues claim he has sought the aid of nameless entities to enable his own survival. This also seems unacceptable. If we sacrifice humanity to gain life, what is the point? I must find a way of us adapting quickly to our new environment if we are to retain Valkonen as our home. Further experimentation will be required.
Alright, there you go.
Okay.
And I think on that bombshell, that is where we're going to end the session for this evening, guys. Thank you very much for playing. I hope you all enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah,
And
man.
obviously we'll sort out XP and everything in a minute, but I'm going to end the stream here. So thanks again to my wonderful players and anyone who's watching this either now or in the future. Take care, and hopefully we'll catch you for the next session. See you in a bit.